Good morning and welcome to the January meeting of the Maryland State Board of Education, first meeting of 2026. We are meeting virtually today due to inclement weather. Mr. Schoen, do we have quorum for the State Board?
You have a quorum, President Michael.
Excellent, thank you. All right, at this time then, declare the meeting to order. We'll review a few housekeeping items. First, all State Board of Education meetings are recorded. The public can access the meeting via live stream from the State Board or MSD website and on YouTube. People registered to give public comment can do so either virtually or for our typical meetings in person, but it'll be all virtual today. Meetings, videos, agendas, and materials are posted online. To start us off, a few brief opening remarks. As we turn to today's agenda, I want to begin by acknowledging the very significant snowstorm and ice storm that Maryland experienced this week. Many have described as a 10-year storm, disrupted travel, closed buildings, and upended routines for families and educators across our state. In moments like this, the strength of our public education system becomes visible, not in policy documents, but in people. And I want to specifically recognize our school-based custodians and facilities and operations staff who are working tirelessly right now to get young people back in school. While snow was still falling and roads remained hazardous, these teams were already at work, clearing walkways, restoring heat and power in some places, and ensuring school buildings are safe and ready for students and educators to return, hopefully later this week, we'll see. Their work is essential, is often unseen, and it is foundational to everything that happens inside of our schools. I also want to acknowledge the broader environment in which our schools are operating in right now. Across the country and here in Maryland, we are seeing heightened political tensions, including the presence of immigration enforcement activity that are being felt directly inside school communities. For some students and families, particularly for many of our multilingual learners and Hispanic students, fear and uncertainty erode a sense of safety and belonging. We are not just hearing about these impacts, we are seeing them. In the graduation data we will review today, the harm is visible. Declines among multilingual learners and Hispanic students reflect what happens when fear and instability interrupt students' connection to school. As a state board, we remain deeply concerned when external forces, whether weather-related or political, interfere with students' ability to learn and thrive. Schools must remain places of stability, safety, and focus, especially during moments of uncertainty. With that context, we will proceed with today's work grounded in gratitude for those who keep our schools running and a clear-eyed commitment to ensuring every student has a real pathway to opportunity and success in life. At this time, pleased to turn to the next part of our agenda for public comment. Speakers will be called on in the order of their registration. All of our public commenters are joining virtually today. Zoom is the platform used for public comment. If you have problems experiencing connecting with your device, you may use the audio-only feature and call in using your phone. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by staff. When time expires, the speaker is permitted to finish their sentence, but is required to make no further remarks. Comments shall be directed to the full board and not to an individual board member. For future commenters to request accommodation for providing public comment, please contact Charlene Necessary in the State Board office no later than 24 hours in advance of the State Board meeting date. Board members will not respond to speakers' comments, but will take all comments under advisement. Written statements and other materials should be submitted to Mr. Zachary Hands, who will see that copies are made available to all board members. This time, I'd like to welcome Trish Brennan-Gack, Maryland Reads, on coaching. Trish, are you with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Give us a second so we can pin you. All right. Your 3 minutes begins now. Thank you and welcome.
Awesome. Good morning, Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, and members of the State Board. It's wonderful to start the year with an agenda that so clearly prioritizes reading. It's hard to believe that just 2 years ago, the State Board approved the reading resolution. Congratulations to the board, to Dr. Wright, and to the team at MSDE for the serious work you are doing to address Maryland's reading crisis. We are particularly eager to hear today's update on the state literacy coaching program MSD is building. At Maryland Reads, we are working to help the public understand why a statewide coaching model is so important, especially when districts and schools already employ coaches. One of the most common questions we hear is, why do we need a statewide program if schools already have coaches? An evidence-based answer is that local coaches are often pulled into other responsibilities, covering classes, testing administration, or filling other gaps. Studies show that regional and statewide coaches are more effective because they are better supported, protected in their roles, and stay focused on coaching teachers rather than being directed to operational needs. But we didn't stop with this research. We talked to a principal in our network from Anne Arundel County who recently shared that despite years of intentional effort, it has been incredibly difficult to protect her school's literacy coach from competing demands. Staffing schools, especially those with the greatest needs, is challenging. As we highlight in our recent coaching brief, Georgia's decision to place dedicated coaches in its lowest performing schools led to gains of up to 15 percentage points in reading proficiency. We commend Dr. Wright for once again securing private investment to launch the coaching pilot in Prince George's County. Thank you for the opportunity to attend the kickoff on Friday. We are eager to learn as this work unfolds. In addition to coaching, we are very encouraged by the release of the draft adolescent literacy policy. We look forward to engaging our expert advisory delegation in a deep review, and we appreciate MSD's leadership on this issue, including your team's breakout session at our statewide convening on December 8th, and also for agreeing to attend our virtual happy hour this Friday that is open to the public. I've heard there's lots of questions. Recently, a parent in Howard County in our network shared that her excitement about Maryland's efforts to attract new businesses and growing our economy is also tempered by this question. Are we preparing students, especially those in middle and high school, to succeed in that workforce? Early literacy is essential, but adolescent literacy is equally urgent. Finally, while strong instruction is foundational, we know it cannot reach every student on its own. That is why Maryland Reads is also focused on building thriving reading ecosystems, creating a culture of reading within communities. This year, we are deepening our work with our Read Strong pilots in Baltimore City, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, Queens Anne County, and St. Mary's County. We invite state board members to engage with these networks as they form and grow, to see firsthand how local partnerships are striving to support students and families, and to help elevate and strengthen this work across Maryland. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you for joining us. This time, I welcome Dr. Zainab Chaudhry from CARE, Maryland, speaking on cultural competency in Maryland Public Schools curriculum. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with all of you. I want to begin with a reality that demands the board's attention. This is not a political issue, but an educational and student safety issue. Earlier this month, on January 16th, students at Walt Whitman High School in Montgomery County Public Schools arrived to school to discover graffiti painted on the side of the school wall that read F Muslims and Nuke Palestine. This was accompanied by a Star of David, and this occurred at a space that students are required to enter every day, expecting safety, dignity, and support. For Palestinian and Muslim students, this was not rhetoric or debate. It was the latest message of hatred and violence directed at their identity. It told them that they are targets. It told them that they do not belong. And it raised serious questions for your board whether our schools are adequately equipped to prevent hate before it escalates. Hate does not begin with graffiti, it begins with ignorance. And when entire peoples are reduced to slogans, to stereotypes, or erased altogether from our educational frameworks, it allows it to fester. Palestinian cultural literacy is not political advocacy. It is not endorsement of any government or movement. It is basic, age-appropriate education that teaches students to distinguish between civilians and governments, between identity and ideology, and between historical facts and online misinformation and disinformation. When students are not taught who Palestinians are, both Muslim Palestinians and Christian Palestinians, their history, their culture, their language, and their lived experience, Palestinian students become symbols instead of human beings. And once a group is dehumanized, it calls for violence against them, and it becomes easier to normalize. Maryland already has a framework for various other preventative educational tools. We recognize the power of preventative power in education. We teach, rightfully so, Holocaust education, genocide education, and civil rights history, not to assign blame, but to prevent harm. We teach cultural literacy education and civil rights history because it improves school climate, it reduces bias, and it protects vulnerable students before incidents can occur. Following that same educational logic, my office, the Maryland office of the Council on American Islamic Relations, which is the nation's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization, is calling on MSDE to mandate Palestine cultural literacy in Maryland public education to protect Muslim and Palestinian Christian students who are disproportionately impacted by these incidents of hate and bias. It is structured and requires instruction to be factual, nonpartisan, and age appropriate. It safeguards academic freedom and First Amendment rights, and it integrates into existing curricula rather than displacing them. And it ensures that bias against Palestinians, including Christians and Muslims, is recognized and addressed within existing and anti-discrimination framework. I
Thank
believe
you for
that's
your
the end of my.
comments. Yep.
I believe that's. I'll share the written testimony with you so you can review all of it. Thank you for
Thank
your.
you so much. At this time, pleased to welcome Sharon Saroff, Special Education. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning. I hope everybody is safe and warm in this lovely winter weather. I'm Sharon Saroff, a special education advocate, and I saw on the agenda for this morning, we're talking about secondary literacy. And I have several concerns about secondary literacy. How can we talk about this subject if we do not know all the things that impact literacy from the perspective of special education? I attended an IEP meeting on Friday of last week where we handed the IEP chair and the special ed department chairman a prescription from an eye doctor noting that the child had several disabilities that impacted their ability to read. One of them was convergence insufficiency, which causes the eyes to not focus together. But the person didn't read that particular item. The person read that the child has 20/20 vision, therefore they're fine. You can have convergence insufficiency and still have 20/20 vision. 20/20 vision refers to your acuity, whereas convergence insufficiency notes whether or not the eyes are working together. I will bring up also the item of auditory processing. There's a big question as to whether or not this actually exists. And many school systems do not even test for auditory processing, which also can impact a child's ability to read. Can you imagine trying to hear in a noisy environment when your child is trying to read sounds that they don't really know because this is what their environment sounds like? Your ears need to work together in order for you to hear, so that you learn the sounds that impact your ability to read. There are many, many children in the state of Maryland who are suffering. There are many, many adults who are suffering because they get passed through the grades with these disabilities, and we don't take the time to even recognize they exist. We don't take the time to educate ourselves. We need to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saroff. We appreciate you joining us. At this time, pleased to welcome Diana Bergman, Immigration Enforcement in Carroll County. Diana, my apologies. Okay, it's like not correct. Oh, here you are. Welcome.
Greetings. I'm Diana Bergman, a Carroll County resident. Soy orgullosa de ser cubana y madre. As a parent and former Maryland, Georgia, California school employee, I urge the board to listen, to understand, and emphasize on how to better safely serve all our children and educators statewide. How I feel living in Carroll County is sad, disappointed, heartbreaking, unsafe. Just 7 minutes from my home, a young girl recorded ICE agents breaking the window to her mother's car while detaining her mother in a violent and aggressive manner. Just hearing the terrifying scream of a child begging not to take her mother. Since the increase of ICE activity, Carroll County Public School has been declining. Their enrollment has been declining. When previously our enrollment numbers were flat, we were one of the few school districts in Maryland without declining enrollment in 2024-2025 school year. This is one of the many telling signs of mistrust within our community. Parents, immigrants who are parents like myself, we no longer trust sending our children to school. December 10th, myself and several members of the community were able to testify and push back on policy JIHA immigration enforcement. On January 14th, the school board was successfully in passing the policy of immigration enforcement policy that allows ICE officers to enter the lobby of our schoolhouse buildings and dictate that no one should interfere when ICE enters a school building without judicial warning to obtain an individual. This can very well include children. We know this will emotionally impact the well-being of children and educators. This also gives the appearance that the school board is telling the sheriff and ICE agents what they can and cannot do inside our schoolhouse. So as I watch this ongoing unfolding situation of chaos happening throughout our nation, seeing one violent act after another, attacks on children's emotional well-being, the detaining of children as young as 2 to 5 years old, I asked a simple ask, a very clear, simple ask. Maryland State Department of Education, as a board, should take a unified stand on prioritizing safety of our children and educators, providing guidance and leadership to prevent ICE from having access to our students and educators' data, prevent ICE to operate inside our schoolhouses when such matters can be addressed elsewhere, unmask all individuals who wish to enter our schoolhouses. I'm asking for our Maryland State Board to take the lead and initiate guidance on these pressing matters. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope something is done soon before another tragedy occurs again. And I have served not only as a parent, as a community member, to advocate. I've worked in 3 different states in schoolhouses for the well-being of children and education support. This cannot continue. We need to do a better job on how to protect our children and our communities alike, as a whole, as a unit. So I'm asking you guys to please step forward and address these pressing matters. I don't want to see another tragedy happen again, like we're seeing across the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bergman. We appreciate you joining us and sharing with us this morning. At this time, I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Paul Lemley from MSCA, speaking on adolescent literacy and charter school regulations. Mr. Lemley, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, President Michael, Superintendent Wright, and members of the board. I My name is Paul Lemley, and I'm a social studies teacher and MSCA president. And I hope you invested in your community by paying a teenager instead of shoveling frozen cement yourself. I'd like to thank MSDE for its continued partnership this year. We made strides on many initiatives, from school accountability to funding for charter and traditional schools. We're committed to sustaining this level of collaboration, especially when policy changes directly impact our members. MSCA supported the statewide effort to strengthen literacy across Maryland, with a focus on getting implementation right, improving outcomes for students, while ensuring educators have the training, resources, and support needed to succeed. Similarly, we can be a valuable resource on new assessments for paraprofessionals and the proposed adolescent literacy policy. Support professionals are integral to student learning. We've identified and created a Bill of Rights to ensure greater supports and address the needs of our support professionals. I'm glad that this body, through the Education Policy Committee, called for a pause in advancing new assessment for ESPs until we can adequately assess how successful our support professionals have been with alternative credentialing pathways. Regarding the adolescent literacy policy, we want to emphasize protecting educator workload amid the numerous demands placed on them. Our educators are devoted to student success and to their own professional learning. To do this well, we need robust training, increased staffing, and intentional workload protection so that teachers aren't burned out and can remain in the classroom doing what they do best. Our educators are instructional experts, and since the implementation of the pre-K to 3 literacy and math policies, many of our members have expressed concerns about requirements being imposed without additional staffing. As we expand literacy initiatives into grades 4 through 12, we cannot repeat this pattern. The policy outlines ambitious and necessary goals, but without corresponding investments in personnel, embedded professional learning, and that preserves planning and prep time, and timely instructional resources, we risk overburdening our educators and undermining the outcomes we seek. That said, we were pleased with the repeated attention in the policy to limiting overassessment. Protecting instructional time while gathering meaningful data is critical, and we appreciated this balance at how carefully it was considered. Finally, we thank the board for continued thoughtfulness on charter school regulations to ensure equitable funding for both public charter and traditional public schools. The revised adjustment to special education overages is an improvement from what was passed in December. We urge continued review and consideration of removing the cap so that such overages are not entirely the responsibility of traditional schools. Thanks for your commitment to Maryland students.
Thank you, Mr. Lemley. We appreciate your partnership and joining us this morning. At this time, I'm pleased to welcome Janelle Newman on compliance and operations requirements. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to all board members and participants. As an Anne Arundel County parent and systems architect, I've enjoyed working with the school community. In the spirit of the blueprint for Maryland's future, I'm asking what resources or guidelines the board has published to support standards for quality instruction as policies change. In a recent pilot to leverage Canvas, the learning management system, we observed rapid academic results from students, with one student even approaching 114% improvement in their work in under 30 days. This is largely due to a mirror effect where teachers can see the merit of each other's work. I'm asking the board if you can post in this link or through other email communications your guidelines for quality instruction so we have a single source to map to. I want to ensure the use of predictable metrics. And so just for a bit of explanation, I did work with my vice principal, my guidance counselor, and several teachers to note where student instructions, especially for students with 504s, needed support. This was an absolute breakthrough for us because we were able to see exactly what materials were effective for the students and thereby reducing redundancy for teachers. We had teachers who were grading and overworking when some of the KPIs indicated specific material was working for their students. I'm happy to extend my support to the board, to the teacher, to anyone that is useful, and I also support the concerns of my fellow participants. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I'm very humbled by what I've heard so far. I will stay the entirety of the meeting to listen to your concerns. But I ask you again if you can provide that single source of what quality instruction is. This will help the teachers to understand who amongst them has the best work and why. I'm happy to deliver that through my own expertise in IT and change management, but it is very helpful to have that thread coming from the board. I know that you all deliver the material regularly, but if I could have that link, it will help to unite our efforts, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us today. We appreciate your comments. All right. That concludes our public comment portion of the meeting. We are now moving to the consent agenda. We have 10 items. Are there any items that individuals would like to remove from the consent agenda for further discussion this time? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve? I'd invite a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Dr. Goldson, is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Lewis, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Before we jump into our Dr. Wright Superintendent's update, I do want to take a moment to welcome our newest board member. Nicole Murray Lewis was elected by her peers to be the teacher member of the state board. Nicole is an accomplished social studies educator with nearly 30 years of experience inspiring students to become informed and engaged citizens. Now in her 28th year of teaching, she serves on the faculty at Blake High School in Montgomery County, where she teaches on-level and honors U.S. history. She previously spent 24 years at Gaithersburg High School and began her career in East Baton Rouge Parish School System. We are very excited to have you with us, Nicole, and have you here at today's meeting. And we look forward to welcoming you in person at our February meeting next month. At this time, Ms. Murray Lewis, I'd be pleased to turn it over to you if you have any any comments you'd like to make to the board.
Thank you, Dr. Michaels. I just want to say on behalf of the over 63,000 colleagues and the almost 900,000 Maryland public education students, thank you for that warm welcome. I am excited to be here, a little nervous, excited to be here. It's funny because I speak all day long in front of kids, but it's a little bit different and in front of adults. But I'm excited to be here. I'm glad to be here, and I look forward to working with everyone. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, I'll just say you're in good company with people that get a little nervous being in board meetings. We've got a lot of educators here around the table, and you are correct. Speaking in front of a bunch of adults is different than speaking in front of 30 young people every day. But I have full confidence you will adjust in short order. So welcome and welcome to the team. At this time, pleased to turn it over to Dr. Wright for the State Superintendent's update.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. And I want to extend the welcome to you as well, Ms. Murray Lewis. We're excited to have you. I know your colleagues have got to be so proud that you're here serving on our board, and we are more than anxious to begin our work together with you. So welcome and congratulations. We are 2 weeks into the 2026 legislative session. I was honored to attend Governor Moore's budget proposal announcements in both Frederick and Annapolis. And like you, I am encouraged by the governor's record investment in public education and his continued support for the academic excellence program. Governor Moore has proposed a $10 million investment to fund the first year of statewide teacher coaches for literacy and mathematics. We're also seeking support for other priorities, including our accountability reform bill, which will better reward schools for student achievement, increase fairness for schools serving under-resourced communities, and streamline the system's inputs to make schools' composite scores more easily understood by educators and the public. Last Friday, we had a very big launch of the Academic Excellence Program with a pep rally of over 200 children at Cooper Lane Elementary School in Prince George's County. This event marks the beginning of a state-led pilot program in 14 schools where 7 literacy coaches will work directly with elementary teachers. Cooper Lane students and all of us actually were excited to be joined by the one and only Testudo, the mascot for the University of Maryland in College Park. And I got to say, the Testudo and Cooper Lane's principal, Dr. Micah Pate, brought the joy and the positive energy that day. It was very exciting. And I want to thank Dr. Michael, Nick Greer, Omari Barnes, and former State Board President Clarence Crawford for joining us. And a very special thank you to Dr. Sean Joseph, who's the interim superintendent in Prince George's County Public Schools, and Senator Malcolm Augustine, who was also there helping us with that event. This week, the window opened for selected schools across the state and nation to start administering the National Assessment of Educational Progress. A representative sample of both 4th and 8th grade students will take these assessments in reading and math. In our 2024 NAEP results, Maryland showed gains in all 4 areas, and we are hoping that this year's results will continue that upward trend. I cannot overstate the importance of NAEP in providing educators, families, and policymakers and lawmakers critical information about student achievement. And we continue to use those data to guide our work. We also released the 2027 pre-kindergarten expansion grant application last week. All applications are due March 9th. This competitive grant program provides funding for local education agencies and private providers to implement high-quality programs for pre-K students aligned with the blueprint. The pre-K grant expands access for 3- and 4-year-old children and families with household incomes up to 300% of the poverty level. We will be holding numerous customer service support sessions via Zoom for the next 3 weeks in both English and Spanish. And during these sessions, staff will review program requirements and provide a walkthrough of the application process. And I'm very excited to ask you to join me in congratulating our very own student board member, Omari Barnes, as well as Jeremy Wong, who is a senior at Reservoir High School in Howard County, on their selection as the U.S. Senate Youth Program delegates. This is very exciting. This prestigious program provides 2 high school delegates from each state with the opportunity to gain firsthand insight into the democratic process during the 64th annual Washington Week in March. Omari and Jeremy will join delegates from across the country for an extensive week of meetings with senators, cabinet meetings, and other government leaders. So congratulations to our very own Omari for this well-deserved honor. I have great news to report from the Division of Rehabilitative Services, which has made remarkable progress under this past year under Dr. Bonner's leadership. Our national ranking for disability determination services, the average processing time, has improved from last in the nation to 27th. This improvement means that clients are receiving services nearly 64% faster than before, and the case backlog, wait for this, has been reduced from over 17,000 to just under 300. Congratulations, Dr. Bonner and the entire DOORS team for their outstanding work. And on the note of immigration, I want to say our schools are committed to providing a safe, welcoming, and inclusive learning environment for every student. MSDE appreciates the coordination and sharing of information from the Governor's Office, multiple state agencies, including the Governor's Office for Children, the Governor's Office for Community Initiatives, the Office of the Attorney General, and all the offices that participate in biweekly calls to ensure up-to-date communication. To provide our superintendents with continual communication, support, and access to resources, We have sent our superintendents a recent update on strategies that can be considered and practiced. We have encouraged preparedness that includes one, reviewing existing safety and visitor protocols to ensure staff understand who may access the campus and under what circumstances. Two, ensuring administrators and front office staff know how to respond to requests from the outside. Three, reinforcing clear communication plans so accurate information can be shared promptly with staff and families if concerns arise. Four, providing staff with guidance on supporting students emotionally and maintaining a stable learning environment during stressful situations. And five, reaffirming the school's commitment to student privacy, dignity, and safety. Specifically, we have provided our superintendents with a reminder from our Maryland Center for School Safety of clear protocols in advance to empower school staff, students, and families to feel confident and capable in their ability to ensure that students and staff are safe. Recent news can cause concern, and in some cases, reports of incidents that may or may not be happening near our schools. Our superintendents remain steadfast in communicating, clarifying rumors, and ensuring that our schools, both inside buildings and on school grounds, remain safe. And across all of MSDE's divisions, we have staff that are a part of these communications and work to ensure that these resources and support continue to be available. So with that, Dr. Michael, I yield back to you.
Thank you very much for that update, Dr. Wright. Board members, any follow-up questions for Dr. Wright? All right, thank you very much. We will now transition to our LEA update. Pleased to have with us today Dr. Jeff Lawson, Superintendent, Cecil County Public Schools, who will provide an update on behalf of local superintendents. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Morning, Dr. Michael. Dr. Wright, thank you for the opportunity. Just real quickly on behalf of the superintendent statewide, we certainly appreciate this time, each state board meeting, to give you all an idea of kind of things we're dealing with at the local perspective. Our attention varies, maybe district to district, county to county, depending on what's going on. The past few months in Cecil County, I have been really banging the drum to our board, just what it is our students are seeing as it relates to high stake testing, specifically to MCAP. I think what happens is, in large part, the general public doesn't have a well-rounded awareness of the level of difficulty and the kinds of things our children are expected to do. Most of those folks who are now parents or grandparents, when we went through school, I can assure you it was different. I spent 10 years as a high school math teacher in Delaware, and this math is different, speaking specifically to math. And Ms. Murray Lewis, welcome as the newest state board member. I can assure you, as I consider myself a seasoned presenter in a number of different forms, but you're always a little keyed up and a little nervous about going into these kinds of things. So welcome, and you're not alone in feeling nervous. But if you jump to the next slide, you can see this is a 7th grade sample test for mathematics off MCAP. And really what I'd like to draw your attention to is some of the language that surrounds the administration of this particular assessment question. The actual question is down near the bottom where it says, using this information, explain how to determine the number of minutes it will take for the fastest of 3 pumps to fill the tub with hot water. Now, keeping in mind that the graph shows you 3 pumps that a hotel is using to fill a rather large tub, if you look at the rates. And they're asking the students not necessarily to say which pump is the fastest, but more specifically to explain how to determine the number of minutes. So that if a student simply, and this would have been my kind of approach as a student, I simply would have wanted to put the answer and on to the next question. Well, what happens now is if a student does that, they simply won't get full credit for the question. So you could have a student that literally can come down and just answer every question, but not get the credit. And this issue starts to interface with a student's ability to read and write. At the very last line before we go over to the solution page, it says enter your answer and your justification in the space provided. Note here that you may also use the drawing tool. So on the student's Chromebook, there's a piece of software that allows them to draw, and I've not tried that. I would imagine most adults have not tried that. It can be really tricky for 11, 12, 13-year-olds. So if you could go to the student's response on the next slide. So on the left side of this slide is simply the question reiterated. To the right is the answer on the part of the student. Again, drawing your attention, I believe I counted 12 sentences that are part of the answer, and that they do come up with finally at the very bottom. So the fastest pump, which is pump K, has a unit rate of 30 gallons per minute and can fill the hot tub in 15 minutes. Not to get too math wonky here, but really what that simply is, it's the application of different proportions to different pumps. There's 3 different pumps. You set up the proportions, you cross multiply, you kind of figure out which one does what the fastest. But the piece I'm really trying to stress here with the audience, and in this case, it was my Board of Education and the public, was that we are expecting students to read and write at a certain level in order to generate acceptable math responses. We can go a step further that in Cecil County Public Schools last year, of the 7th grade students who were proficient in mathematics, 1 in 10 was proficient in math, but not in reading and writing. So think about that for a minute. Out of 10 students who passed the math, 9 were proficient in math in the reading and writing, which generally is saying if you can't read and write, you're really going to struggle with the mathematics piece. Is that a hand? I see a little hand. Is that a question? Which would be great.
I think your hand is raised.
Your hand is raised,
I
Jack.
haven't touched anything, I promise.
I think it picked up you speaking with your hands.
Which
Yeah,
is a little scary.
Yeah.
So that's the math piece. So that, we generally want the public, and I'll be very candid with you. My frustration now at 42 years of experience is the drumbeat that is out there among those who are inclined to criticize public education. Our students are illiterate. Our students can't read and write. They can't do basic mathematics. That is simply untrue. The people typically saying that are accustomed to what they learned, which on the next slide, I jump to that. And if you simply just jump into a simple chat GPT and generate some high stakes questions from the 1990s, look at the ratio and proportion that the car is going 180 miles on 6 gallons. How far can it go on 15? That is a straight proportion multiplication, cross multiply. So they are both proportion issues. One is much more simple. The second example being a rectangular garden is 15 feet long, 8.5 feet wide. What's the perimeter? So these are the kinds of things that, again, I taught. And so I now see what we're asking our kids to do. And I think it's critical that the state board not lose sight of just the level of rigor we're asking these students to perform. It is not what we are accustomed to. And, what I tell our constituents is that if you have, please call me. We will go watch a lesson together. We will spend extended amounts of time. Last year, I was immersed in a 2nd grade classroom all year. This year, it's been 6th grade language arts. And with that, just real quick, I'd like to jump to a second. This one's a work sample from the 6th grade language arts class where I'm immersed this year. I'll be there tomorrow morning. The book is called The Red Kayak. It's a pretty typical read for 6th graders. This is what we refer to as a core class. It is not honors. We have regular education students. It's a collaborative setting with roughly 20 to 25% students with disabilities. And on this is what we refer to as a formative grade. Back in the old days, we called them quizzes and quizzes and tests. They are now formatives and summatives. If you jump to the next slide, you'll see what the charge of the student was for this. Read the prompt, it's write an essay analyzing how the plot of the story and the characters' responses to conflict reveal the story's theme. And again, here you can see this is pretty weedy. This is a master teacher. She is nationally board certified. What you're seeing in front of you is a student work sample in the class where I'm immersed. You can see the students are all encouraged to set up graphic organizer as they prepare to write the essay. And the particular question is, how does the plot of the story reveal the theme? And then how do the characters respond to the conflict that are in the story, The Red Kayak? And so you can see this student in particular took pieces of the actual story and puts them in the graphic organizer to help craft the essay, which I'll show on the next slide. But again, it's a pretty neat. So this very much mimics what the children or the students are asked to do on MCAT. The only addition I would say, and they're getting ready to start this marking period, the third marking period, is they will start synthesizing 2 separate reading passages. So that this is a standalone passage. The next step will be to take a second read and synthesize the 2 responses. If you could go to the last slide, you can see what the student produces, and indulge me while I read you. I'll read you the 3rd paragraph. And again, this is the student's product. Brady, a primary character in the story, faces another conflict about his father's drill, whether to choose loyalty or morality. Brady's options were to give the drill to the police and do morality, or throw it into the river and choose loyalty. Brady chose to throw the drill into the river to protect his friends and himself. Brady thought he would feel relieved, but he actually feels worse. And on page 147 in chapter 20, it said, "I just took the drill out of the bag and tossed it 3 feet away. Throwing the drill in the water deleted evidence that could help the case if people find out." Here's the kicker. This student is in 6th grade. When this student was in 3rd grade, not proficient. This student was in 4th grade, not proficient. When this student was in 5th grade, not proficient. So this student, in the student's experience in Cecil County Public Schools, has never been rated, if you will, poor choice of words, as proficient based on what the student can do. And so when I hear folks in the public call a student at this level a functional illiterate and those kinds of derogatory things that cast aspersions on the student and the school system, clearly we get defensive because I see what this student does. And so I think as we move forward into next year, with bringing on a new assessment system to be sensitive to growth, and I know this is a priority for Dr. Wright, to possibly be sensitive to some of the adjectives we're using to label students, because I can assure you, I know who this student is. I watched the student work, and this student has promise and is working hard. And so with that, I'll answer any questions. And again, Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, we really appreciate this opportunity. Was I under 10 minutes? I tried to be.
You were exactly 10 minutes. That was pretty
Come
good.
on. That's a pro.
Nicely done.
Thank
Let
you.
me say, I just want to acknowledge and appreciate you because when you spend 10 minutes drilling us down to student responses in student work, it is clear to us that you are first an instructional leader. And what I can say, having spent a lot of time interacting with you and your 23 colleagues across the state, is given the choice, this is where you spend your time when you're not getting snow off, making sure we have heat, that this is top of mind and it aligns with our values and our focus on the instructional core. And I just want to thank you. Look, I think we all want our young people, when we go back to that math problem, to be able to solve the problem we put in front of them. We also know that there are steps to that level of rigor. And it's not you're successful in math or you're a high school dropout. Like there are so many developmental points in between. And I think your point, as we're bringing on the new assessment and accountability system, cannot be taken any stronger. How important it is for us to take a hold of the narrative on how our data and assessments are being used, so that we can focus on growth and actually have systems that support that. So thank you. This was refreshing for me, I know, and I'm sure many of my colleagues. Any questions or comments from board members?
Thank you for the opportunity, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Lawson. Thank you for joining us. All right, at this time, pleased to welcome representatives from the Maryland Association of Student Councils. We have Mr. Jordan Salkel, from Towson High School. We have Krish Puda from Poolsville High School. We have Goodness Alafe from Eastern Tech High, and Jeremy Zhang from Eastern Middle School. And also pleased to welcome longtime champion of student leadership and voice in the state of Maryland, advisor Karen Crawford, who's the executive director of the Maryland Association of Student Councils. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. Good morning, Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, Mr. Barnes, and other members of the board. It is my absolute pleasure to be here today on behalf of the Maryland Association of Student Councils, or MASC. And I do believe we have a slideshow. Perfect. And next slide, please. All right, so to get us started, I am Jordan Salkeld, president of MASC and a senior from Towson High School in Baltimore County.
Hi, everyone. My name is Krish Butta, and I'm MASC's first vice president, and I'm a senior at Poolsville High School in Montgomery County.
And my name is Goodness Alatha. I'm a junior at Eastern Technical High School in Baltimore County, and I'm MASC treasurer.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jeremy Zong, and I serve as the second vice president for MASC and an 8th grader at Eastern Middle School in Montgomery County.
Next slide, please. All right, for background, MASC is a 501c3 nonprofit organization comprised of public, private, and charter secondary school student councils from across the state. We bring students together across Maryland to strengthen student leadership, support student councils, and elevate student voices in decisions that directly affect students. The ultimate mission of MASC is to foster a statewide environment for all secondary school students to express and exchange opinions and ideas, develop leadership skills, and promote student representation and involvement in groups and organizations impacting the lives of students. Next slide, please.
To accomplish this mission statement, MASC focuses on 3 main pillars: leadership development, student voice and advocacy, and statewide connection. These pillars guide all of our work and actions as an organization. Next slide, please. First, when it comes to leadership development, MASC builds student capacity through different conferences, workshops, and trainings that help student councils lead effectively in their schools and communities. Next slide, please.
Our first annual event of the year is called MASC's Advance, and this is an exciting 3-day program hosted at the Smith Center in Montgomery County, where students from all over the state get to participate in an intensive workshop certification program. On the 3rd day of this program, we host our first executive board meeting of the year, where we vote on our Maryland Youth Advisory Council nominees, some legislation, and we get to hear reports from our regional student councils. Next slide, please. After Advance, students who weren't able to attend can still get their presenter certification by attending our September presenter certification program, and this year the event was hosted in Anne Arundel County by the amazing Severn Run High School.
Next slide, please. Our certification program brought in a record 216 presenters this year who are eligible to present workshops at our 3 major conferences of the year. Next slide, please. So far this year, these students have taught 88 workshops with topics ranging from public speaking to advocacy. Next slide, please. And back in November, we hosted our first major conference of the year, Fall Leadership Conference. At this conference, we had a record 782 attendees, over 43 workshops taught fully by our student presenters, a speaker from the Maryland Association of School Business Officials, and over 141 student government ideas shared through a series of networking opportunities for our delegates. Next slide, please.
This past Saturday, we were lucky to be able to hold our second conference of the year legislative session. Here, with the impacts of winter weather, we still had hundreds of attendees who participated in our event. At the legislative session, students had the opportunity to hear from our final 4 nominees for State Student Member of the Board of Education through speeches, a Q&A period, and campaigning throughout the day. In addition, students voted on 7 constitutional amendments for MASC and attended an advocacy workshop session. At the end of this conference, we also heard from Board President Dr. Michael before announcing our final nominees for State SMOB, who are Abiola David Arwulo from Baltimore County and Lorena Wu from Montgomery County. Next slide, please. Looking forward, our final conference of the year, the convention, is in March. This conference will be hosted at the amazing Ocean City Convention Center. Attendees will hear from a nationally recognized motivational speaker and participate in engaging workshops and networking opportunities with student leaders from across Maryland. They also get to take part in MASC officer elections for the upcoming school year and vote on stances for youth-related legislation in the Maryland General Assembly. In addition, students will enjoy fun recreational activities and team-building experiences designed to foster connection and collaboration. Next slide, please.
MASC also had the opportunity to present at the Maryland Association of Secondary School Principals Conference in Ocean City this past November. At this conference, we taught a workshop to principals relating to extending advocacy beyond the classroom in school buildings. The goal of the workshop was to ensure all participants understood that one of the roles of the student government in schools should be to create advocates within their schools and beyond to their communities and government. Next slide, please. Throughout the year, MASC also hosts a numerous number of virtual webinars focused on issues ranging from wellness to creating policy platforms in student government. Next slide, please.
Our second main pillar is student voice and advocacy. Through this pillar, we connect students with statewide conversations and decision-making, and we support students who represent Maryland's student perspective in official advisory and policy spaces. Next slide, please. Back in October, MASC had our National Advocacy Day. At this event, MASC's leadership and legislative team met with 4 U.S. representatives' offices and Senator Van Hollen's office to advocate for 10 bills that impact Maryland students directly. These bills included funding the Department of Education, implementing AI accountability programs when it comes to security cameras in schools, increasing financial literacy courses in schools across the country, and more. Next slide, please. In February, MASC is also participating in a State Advocacy Day by meeting with the Speaker of the Maryland General Assembly House of Delegates, the Senate Education, Energy, and Environment Committee Chair, and the Ways and Means Committee Chair. In these meetings, MASC will discuss our 6 Maryland General Assembly bill stances, which again relate to issues impacting every Maryland student. Our statewide bill stances include topics like excused absences for civic engagement, mandating Narcan education through public schools, technology use policies, and even environmental issues impacting Maryland schools. Next slide, please. Aside from MASC's own advocacy efforts, MASC also provides support to regional student councils looking to participate in Advocacy Week. This is a week in February designated for regional student councils to come down to Annapolis and advocate for issues impacting students in their regions. Next slide, please. Aside from advocacy, MASC is always looking to create a stronger connection with our State Board of Education and regional boards of education all over the state. In order to do this, we stay closely connected with regional SMOBs, regional SROBs, and commissioners to stay updated on policy issues impacting students. Of course, we're also looking to stay closely connected with the state student member, Mr. Barnes, so we can increase our advocacy efforts here at the State Board and at MSDE. MASC is currently planning a testimony for the board's proposed health curriculum framework and regulation. In addition, we have shared the survey and details of the framework with regions, and we also plan to take a support stance on the Comar amendment proposed by the student member, Mr. Barnes.
Next slide, please. The final pillar of our organization is statewide connection. To accomplish this, we are constantly working to strengthen collaboration across regions so student leaders can share ideas, coordinate initiatives, and learn from one another across middle and high schools. Next slide, please. In April, to select our appointed staff, MASC conducted an extensive application and interview process with over 200 student applicants, ultimately narrowing the pool to just 38 appointed staff members. This staff opens the door to a diverse, highly committed team of student leaders from across the state who work together to accomplish our mission. Our appointed staff is broken down into 5 departments. First, our Special Issues Department addresses key student concerns such as wellness, service, and environmental affairs through targeted initiatives and programming. Next, our communications department manages MASC's messaging, records, publications, and social media to ensure clear, consistent communication and to promote overall student engagement statewide. Next slide, please. The legislative department leads student advocacy by developing policy stances, engaging with lawmakers, and representing student voices. Fourth, our operations department oversees conference logistics, technology, evaluations, workshops, and parliamentary procedure to ensure our events and meetings run smoothly and efficiently. Next slide, please.
Finally, MASC's divisional liaisons serve as the main point of contact between MASC and the local school student councils by sharing resources and maintaining communication across the state. Our divisional liaisons have been hard at work this year, connecting with our underrepresented regions, including the Eastern Shore, where we've connected with dozens of new schools. Next slide, please. Aside from our appointed staff, MASC's executive board also includes representatives from all across the state to ensure a wide variety of perspectives are heard. Our executive board consists of our appointed staff members, along with 18 regional student council presidents, 17 SMOBs, and 10 middle school representatives. Next slide, please. MASC also works to constantly provide leadership opportunities outside of our executive board through our committees. MASC's 8 committees include the Civic Engagement Committee, the Committee of Archive Media, the Environmental Affairs Committee, the Financial Committee, the Publications Committee, the Service Committee, the Social Media Committee, and the Wellness Committee. Our 241 committee members from every corner of our state work together to tackle projects and initiatives relating specifically to the goals of their committees. Next slide, please.
Beyond all applications, MASC opens our doors to conversations with any interested student leader through our forums. First, our divisional forums, led by Krish, our first VP, and our divisional liaisons allow for students across the state to participate in focused issue discussions with other school student council members from neighboring regions. These discussions allow both students and MASC to learn about the issues impacting every student. Next slide, please. MASC also hosts our Action in Middle School, or AIMS, forums. These operate similarly to divisional forums, but on a middle school level. Students participating in AIMS also have the opportunity to listen to speakers on leadership and advocacy, as well as engage in discussions with each other about issues impacting them. Next slide, please.
Beyond the mission of MASC, we also proudly collaborate with a wide range of state and national partners, including MSDE, the Maryland Center for School Safety, Strong Schools Maryland, the Maryland Department of Service and Civic Innovation, the Maryland Civic Education Coalition, and the AIB to elevate student voice in educational policy. We also work closely with organizations such as the National Student Councils, the Maryland Association of Secondary School Principals, Free State PTSA, Arts Education in Maryland Schools, and the Maryland Business Roundtable for Education to expand leadership opportunities, civic engagement, and advocacy for students statewide. These collaborations, MASC ensures students' perspectives are meaningfully included in conversations that shapes Maryland schools and futures. Next slide, please. MASC is also staying connected on a national level by attending the LEAD conference in DC and the Vision conference in New Hampshire. Here, we work with statewide student councils all across the country to network and share ideas. Next slide, please.
I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you here today on the mission of MASC and the work we are doing. As you can see, we're constantly working to reach more Maryland students and push beyond what our organization has done in the past. So we would now open the floor to any questions from board members.
Great, thank you very much. And as you mentioned, indeed, it was my pleasure to join you all at Legislative Conference, the leg session this weekend. And I must say, I'm so pleased to be able to interact with the 2 finalists, but really all 4 candidates were so impressive and speak to the organizing that you all as an organization are doing to really elevate student voice. I want to acknowledge the 4 of you, the people that have come before you. MASC is really rebuilding. It was in a tough spot several years ago, particularly during the pandemic. And kind of working each year, it is so clear that you all are building back and beginning to look maybe even stronger than you were before. So I just want to commend you. I challenged you all on Saturday, and I'm going to challenge you here too. I really encourage you in the coming year or two, now that your organization is stronger and ties are getting stronger across the state, now is the time to lean in on the advocacy piece. We need to hear your voice. We love you coming once a month. We need to be hearing from you more often. If you see, Mr. Lumley was on earlier from MSEA. We hear from them every month, and we hear in between. And that's the way we expect you to lean in similar ways in the coming months and years. So congratulations to you all. Thank you for being here, and just appreciate you speaking up on behalf of students. Any board members who'd like to say something? Ms. Medina.
Good morning, everyone. This was just so, you guys did such a wonderful job, and I was honestly most excited to hear from you all. As you heard from board member Miss Murray Lewis, we want to hear from you guys. This talking to the adults is not the fun part, right? And so one other thing I would like to know if you have thought about or challenge you as you are building and regrowing is how do we get the message across? A lot of times what happens is our kind of high achieving, high functioning leaders, their voices kind of tend to be the only ones heard, right? And this is something that happens even with the adults. How do we start to kind of break apart the passivity and the no one listens to me anyways, no one, I'm not the top student, so my voice doesn't matter, right? Like, how do we get your message across to all students? You don't have to be a 4.0 student to have your voice heard or to be involved, right? Like, how do we get more young people to start speaking up when we're making decisions about things like testing and policies? You guys are the ones that we're doing this for. So how do we get more of you involved in the conversation and in leadership and advocacy positions so that when you all come to report to us, you have a broad, diverse spectrum of opinions that you are bringing to us to discuss? You all are already doing a phenomenal job. How do we let all students know that there's a place for their voice to be heard? Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And just to quickly touch on that, that's definitely an issue that we face in our organization as well, with getting the high achieving students as the ones who are applying to be on our appointed staff. But we are constantly working to open our organization up to any interested student. So through especially our committees, those are a very good opportunity for any student leader to join. There are really no requirements to joining. You don't have to be in your school student council. And you get to take a specific focus on a different issue that you're interested in, like Chris was going through all of our different committee topics. But again, it is definitely an issue we face, and we will continue to attempt to reach as many Maryland students as we can through all of our work.
And to add to that, the committee meetings are always virtual. So that takes away that transportation issue and things like that. We have lots of middle schoolers also serving on our committees.
Yes.
Great. Other board members?
Yeah, I just want to take a moment to just thank Jordan and the entire team. There's never been a moment where I've contacted them and they haven't responded, and they've been incredibly responsive and helpful, and just did an incredible job. And I would also mention just to the team at MSDE, they're definitely a resource as well. So as you mentioned, President Michael, it's important that they're actively reaching out, but just also that the team at MSDE is keeping them in mind when things are happening, and because they are great resources, and they have a lot of there are a lot of differing perspectives of the many students in our state, and MSDE does an incredible job reflecting those unique perspectives. So just want to say thank you again for your responsiveness and the work that you're doing. It's seen and appreciated.
Thank you, Omari.
All right, thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you all.
All right. Board members, we are now going to proceed to the cohort graduation rate data information. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright to introduce staff and presenters.
Yes, I'm going to ask Tim Guy to make this presentation today, and he will give you some information. We did have a press conference this morning around the data, but feel free to ask Tim whatever questions you might have regarding this presentation. So Tim, you're on.
Great. Okay, presentation's coming up now. Thank you, Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, and board members. We should be able to keep this relatively brief because there's not a lot of data to show. We can go ahead into the next slide. Great, so this is in alignment with Maryland Strategic Plan goals, where we have our 5 aligned high-level goals and pillars. Go ahead into the next slide. Specifically, goal 3, where every student graduates high school, college, and career ready. And then an outcome 3M, increase the percentage of Maryland students who graduate high school in 4 years. Next slide. So today's presentation will be giving you a brief overview of the 4-year cohort graduation rate, the 5-year cohort graduation rate, and the 4-year dropout rate. These data sets are going live on MD Report Card midday today. For overall downloads, as well as the dynamic pages that are found for each school and school system. Go ahead to the next slide. And for your, just for everyone that is new to this, the adjusted cohort graduation rate basically follows a group of 9th graders, and then we add and subtract students as students come in. They transfer into districts, into schools, and out of districts and out of schools. We follow that group of students, and then we set an adjusted cohort. So that grad rate, so for example, there were 72,702 students in the class of 2025 4-year adjusted cohort, and that accounts for the incoming and outgoing students. These students were first-time 9th graders in the school year 21-22. And so out of that group, 62,842 obtained a high school diploma within 4 years, and that results in a 4-year graduation rate of 86.4%. So that's our 4-year grad rate calculation. Go ahead to the next slide. So within our 4-year graduation rate trend, we are at 86.4%, as I said on the previous slide, for 2025. That's 1.2 percentage points lower as compared to the prior year. We had our peak in 2017 where we had 87.7% of students graduating. And you can see that over the years, we've kind of fluctuating back and forth between 86 and nearly 88%. And we're seeing kind of the effect of different pandemic years within this data set and different requirements for students. And one thing to notice is that the Maryland 4-year, on the right-hand side, there is the diploma count, but there's also the cohort count. And you can see that our cohort for this 2025 group was larger. And it's the first year of students that we're seeing basically post-pandemic having all 4 years of education without any kind of like hybrid instruction or disrupted instruction. So we're seeing some enrollment changes that then kind of come out in that cohort data. Great, next slide. And then our 4-year graduation cohort rate by student groups, we saw our largest decrease seen in multilingual learners and Hispanic students, but we did see some increases in our Black and African American student group, as well as our economically disadvantaged student group, and some kind of maintaining progress within our white and Asian student groups within like small decreases and increases. And then free and reduced meal also it was a basically flat for progress. Great. Next slide. And then our 4-year graduation rates by LEA vary from 71.7% to 95%, which is where we reach our suppression for county level data. And so their grad rates could be above that 95, but basically we stop at 95% to suppress any kind of public PII for students, identifiable information for students. Okay, last slide. Or not the last slide, next last slide. The 5-year cohort graduation rate trend. So think of this as the same group of students, but the class of 2024, and then we give an extra year. So how many students graduated after 5 years? So students that take that additional year. So you can see the orange bar at the top is basically the 4-year grad rate for that class of 2024. And then the blue bars are the class of 2024 5-year grad rate. And so it's 89.2% for the 5-year grad rate, and it's 87.6% for the 4-year. So we usually see that 5-year higher because it sweeps in more students. They get an additional year to graduate. And you can see that that's pretty, we're approaching 90% there. We expect that because the 4-year grad rate for 2025 was lower, that next year when we're presenting this 5-year grad rate, that there will probably be a decrease in 5-year graduates as well to follow that trend. Okay, last slide. And then the 4-year dropout rate trend tracks usually with the graduation rate trend. So students that we are losing to dropouts, they are basically dropping out of the cohort with what's called a termination code. So they're basically leaving the school systems for some reason or another, and they're not enrolling back in schooling in another place. And so that's a cohort dropout. And so the cohort dropout rate trend is made up of specific student groups. Over on the right-hand side, that shows the cohort rate, the 2025 data on where that dropout rate trend is focused. And so we're at 9.9% for 2025 compared to the 8.3%, which is slightly higher than that 1.2% drop that you saw in graduation rate. We're seeing an even more increase in the dropout rate within that 2025 data set. And I think that is the last slide. We'll open it up for questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Mr. Guy. Can you take the, oh, you did, the presentation down. Got it. All right. Any board members have questions? Trying to see who has their hand raised. Anyone have questions?
Who isn't hand raised?
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Dr. Johnson, you're first.
Okay, I just want to know, have we done a deep dive into why the 5-year cohort rate is higher than the 4-year cohort rate? And secondly, what's the difference between the diploma and the Maryland rate?
To answer the first question, I might need clarification on the second. So the 5-year graduation rate, think of the students getting an additional year to graduate. So some of our students might need an additional year of schooling to complete their credits. They might be still receiving additional services. And so they stay for 1 additional year. So that's our 5-year graduates. So that number should always be higher than our 4-year grad rate because it's going to sweep a larger number of students that we might have missed in that 4-year grad rate. They take that additional year, that additional summer potentially, and then get through to be a 5-year graduate. So they're basically taking 5 years instead of the expected 4 years to complete their programming. So and that's why it's also lagged by a year. So we're giving you 2024 5-year, and we're giving you 2025 4-year. So next year you'll see the 2025 5-year because it'll be that additional year to graduate.
So would that be because they have not completed all the credits that they need?
There could be multiple reasons, but they're meeting their requirements within that district level. They could have been a late entry student that needs that time to actually get through the credits that are needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So on your slide where you had the diploma cohort, the slide that shows the Maryland diploma and the cohort, the 4-year cohort. You see that slide?
The table that you were showing, Tim, that talked about all the Maryland diploma, the column with Maryland diploma, and then the cohort numbers off to the side was on the right-hand side.
Oh, yes. So the cohort is the membership. So the cohort is the number of students that are in that group of students. So that's the expected graduates. So when we say like the Maryland 5-year cohort, That's that class of 2024. If we tracked them through for an additional year, that's that group of students. So there's 67,376 students in that expected possible graduates. And then the 60,000 is how many of them achieved a diploma, a Maryland diploma.
So in the core cohort is 63,000, right? And then 56 received a diploma? Is that what you're saying? No.
Oh, so you're at the top. Okay, so at the 2016, at the 2016 graduation rate, yes. So there was 63,000 in that specific group of students, and 56 of them achieved a diploma within 5 years.
So what happens to the other?
So they don't count as graduates past that point. So if they don't graduate within 5 years, they don't show up in the 4-year cohort or the 5-year cohort, and they can continue with school systems until they age out at 21.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Leonard and then Ms. Lewis.
Good morning. Thanks so much for this information. Mr. Guy, just making sure that the public is aware of a couple of data points around this. For students with significant disabilities who are earning a certificate of completion as opposed to a high school diploma, are they counted as 4- or 5-year graduates in the graduation rate?
So because of the federal regulations related to calculating the graduation rate, we do not count students that earn a certificate as achieving, they're not achieving a Maryland diploma, so they do not count in the graduation rate.
And then one additional follow-up question for students who earn a GED, general equivalency high school diploma, they do need to be withdrawn from schooling. And so if a student is counted as a dropout and then earns their GED, are they then no longer counted as a dropout? Do they still count against the school's dropout rate, even though they are earning a high school diploma?
The GEDs do not count in our graduation rate either, and similarly to the alternate assessment students, there isn't, they're not accounted for. And just one clarification: there is a specific program for multilingual learners where students can stay enrolled and potentially work towards a GED. There's a couple like lanes of that exception for the GED programming. So we do have some school systems doing that. But the students that earn that GED still do not count towards graduation rate based on the federal guidelines that GED does not count in graduation rate.
Thank you so much. And I'd certainly be interested in learning more about that alternative pathway for our multilingual learners.
Yeah. Do you want me to just call on the next person?
Monica, you want me to take it from here?
I think Dr. Lewis was next.
I said Lewis was next, sorry.
Hello, I have a question on slide 10, where you're showing the 4-year cohort dropout trend, specifically the pie chart that shows 50.9% of the 25 cohort were Hispanic, Latino, of any race. And in light of Dr. Michael's opening comments about our schools being safe for all students and some of the public comment we heard today, I'm wondering if that 50.9% is an increase over previous years, and if we're expecting that rate to even go higher if students aren't feeling safe coming into our schools.
We have done some analysis of kind of the trend of populations and dropout rate within the comparing 24 to 25. It's a little bit hard to tease out exactly what the causes are, because we've also seen increases in enrollment in this specific population. So like the student groups that we had increasing enrollment for are also the groups that we saw higher dropout rates for. And so there could be conflicting factors that I can't exactly say what's happening at each local level. But we saw an increase in Hispanic student populations coming in post-pandemic, and introducing to this cohort. So we do have a higher number of overall participants in this cohort, and a lot of that enrollment change or that cohort increase is from that student group. And then there's a disproportionate amount of students then dropping out from that student group. So that's all I can. That's what the data is showing. Interpretation of that is really more of at the local level. I would tease out exactly what's happening by county.
And can I assume that we're going to track that over time in light of the immigration issues and safety risks that poses for students?
Yes, we are going to continue to track that data over time, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you.
Dr. Bell, Mr. Greer, and then Mr. Barnes.
Hello, everyone. Just a quick question. Actually, the first question I had, Dr. Lewis was kind of hinting at it. The W50, I was just concerned. I was just thinking of that category, the whereabouts unknown category, given the number of students who aren't attending. So to be able to monitor that, I think is a great idea. The other question I had was real simple. Homeschool students, students who wind up attending homeschool, those are still counted as transfers, correct?
Yes. If a student is going into a homeschool program and is conveying that information and coded in that way, they're removed from the cohort because they're going into a different educational setting.
Okay.
To finish out their schooling.
Mr. Greer, I think you were next, and then Mr. Barnes.
Yep. I was trying to remember if there was a name for me. Sorry, everybody. Few things. One, I just want to name team. As I remember it, we 2 years ago saw this presentation in March. Last year we saw it in February, and now we're seeing it in January. Thank you for the effort to get it earlier and earlier each year. That's really great. So kudos to whatever had to happen to get it to us at this point. Couple points. One, I just want to name, Dr. Michael named at the top of this, the challenges that we're faced with in terms of the social culture and what is happening to specifically Hispanic and multilingual learners and their sense and family sense of safety to get to schools. This data tends to suggest, but I would want to dig into it a little bit more, that there is a leading indicator here in terms of the graduation rate, that some of our multilingual learners and Hispanic students are not coming to school to finish out 12 years of school, which is extremely unfortunate. So I want to lift certainly and hear more about the alternative options that students have, especially if there's a virtual option or some other way. And don't need to talk about it here. I know we already named it. I also want to lift that what we're seeing, just to put it in perspective, is almost 50% of the big increases that we saw last year, which was a huge celebration and effort. And so we've wiped away half of our gains from 23. If I got my dates right, maybe it's 22. I'm not sure. But I think that's important to pay attention to, and it's somber. In alignment with that, I also see a backslide in young men. And so it would be really helpful if the team could provide us with an overlay of young men cut by Hispanic and multilingual learners, so we can understand if there's a differentiated impact there, specifically with that subgroup. Because I can't make sense of it here, but I have a hypothesis that young men are being hit and impacted even more than other subgroups in the Hispanic and ML groups. And then that's it.
And I think that just leaves me. Okay, so I won't hold everyone for long. I noticed though, Mr. Guy, and first thank you for presenting on this data. I did want to just briefly second everything everyone has said about the Latino community and the fear that is prevalent at the moment. But also, I noticed that you mentioned a few reasons as to why students may be in the dropout cohort an increase or entering that fifth year cohort, but you didn't cite any specific MSDE data. So I was wondering, just to sort of following up on a previous question, is there any determinative data that MSDE has on why or why not a student is not graduating within the traditional 4 years, or is that just sort of we just assume that it may be because they don't have the amount of credits that they need, or it may be this reason, or is that data that we have? And this is just a curiosity.
Yeah, it's not data that we have that we collect from the school systems. So the kind of the three lanes of this is we're collecting the dropouts because that's like a definitive code that the student has dropped out at some point during their schooling. And then there's students that just continue. So they will show up when we expected them to graduate, they won't be on the file as a graduate. And then in the following collection, they will show up as a graduate. And so the reason for that graduation and the things that were happening in between are really at the local level. And we do have local graduation requirements that are on top of the MSD requirements that can also potentially delay a student from graduating at a specific locality. So, and we don't collect the specificity on that. We just say, did the student get all the requirements for the Maryland diploma? Did they meet their assessment requirements, et cetera, across that file? And so it's just where they're coming out in the data that then is when we authenticate that graduation and add them to the specific 4 or 5 year cohort.
Thank you for the context.
Thanks.
Ms. Chang and then Ms. Medina.
Thank you so much for sharing this cohort data. So I think you already addressed the homeschooling. How about the charter schools and private school? Or we just simply classify them as a dropout from the public school system in the cohort rate, graduation rate?
So if a student transfers to another another setting, so they're moving to private school, homeschool, et cetera, they are not dropouts.
Okay, so there was another code to track those students. Am I correct?
Yes, we code the transactions that school systems have on enrollment. They report to us, and so dropouts sometimes are not accessing educational services. So that just means that the school doesn't know. They could have left the country, they left the state, and did not provide any kind of context of where they're going for schooling. It could also be, and then some actually provide reasons. So there are specific reasons for in Maryland that you can make an exception to compulsory age of education, and those students would then be dropouts for those specific codings that we have for those reasons. And don't quiz me on those right now off the top of my head, but they are in our records manual as to the specific reasons, and that the student could then make an exception to compulsory age of education and then notify the school system that they are dropping out.
Okay, thank you for answering my first question. And my second and last question is there a way when we do the statistics or do the graduation rate, besides of the table presentation, can we also turn those numbers into mapping so we can easily see where are the high dropout rate or high graduation rate? It's just different presentation.
Sure. Like we've done with other presentations for the color coding by local education agency. Yes, we can do that in the future. Yep.
Thank you.
Ms. Medina.
There we go. Sorry, I was finding the buttons. Thanks so much, team. In looking at slide 7, where it does the breakout by student group, I'm sure that you can hear from the board, like we're seeing and we're startled, right? When you're looking at the fact that overall the groups are either trending positive or holding steady, right? So when then you look at our Hispanic students and our multilingual learners with such a huge backslide, I just want to caution us to not, how do I frame this? Not be so stuck on, not stuck, but it can't just lie in the quantitative data, right? Like, what is the team's plan moving forward on figuring out, okay, what's going on? We know what's happening politically, right? So, are we planning to either get with school counseling staff or community school liaisons? I think that's their name, coordinators. How do we figure out what's going on there so that we can have data, because that's what we're always looking for. But these numbers are painting a very clear picture for us, and I don't want us to shy away from like you've heard the board members here very clearly stating and naming what we feel is clearly going on. But unfortunately, when we have conversations like this, when we're only looking at numbers, it doesn't give the same sense of urgency, right? Like, this is serious and it's right in front of our faces, and we can't just not have the conversation. We've talked before where I've very outwardly stated we've got to start talking about how we are viewing our students from an asset based lens and not deficiency based lens, right? Like, there's just so much going on with our multilingual learners and our Hispanic students. And I just think we need to start digging a little deeper into what these numbers mean and not just living in these quantitative spaces. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, board members. Oh, looks like we have one more question. Dr. Johnson.
So, Ms. Medina, I think what you're asking, and you can correct me if I'm incorrect, how do we collect that qualitative data that will support what we're seeing in that quantitative data? I don't know if there is a way that we can do that through our counselors or the social workers in our schools. Am I assuming that's your question?
No, you're absolutely right. Like, basically my question to, Mr. Guy, Dr. Wright, and the team is like, okay, the picture is right in front of you. What are we going to do?
Well, and I think the superintendents are aware of that too. I mean, that was one of the comments that I made today at the press conference. I think that in speaking with Montgomery County's superintendent, he's got a very large international registration center, and he said they're down by more than half of what they used to register. And he said, but so is his enrollment dropping. And he said the enrollment is also dropping where multilingual learner and Hispanic students are as well. So I think locally, I think the superintendents are very aware of what's happening. I'm not sure that we've had a conversation about like, what do we do about it? Because I think it's hard when parents are not feeling they're reluctant, I guess, to send some of their students to school based on the kinds of things that are happening. But I can tell you that the superintendents are very aware of this.
Thank you, Dr. Wright, and thank you, Dr. Johnson. All right, I think that concludes our discussion on cohort graduation rate data. Thank you again, Mr. Greer highlighted bringing this in January, and just appreciate having this much data earlier. I want to lift one thing I mentioned earlier today in the press conference. That is, this is lagging data. This is data that reflects impacts in the first half of 2025. And so this is, the first of more data that we should expect, and where we might see impacts from heightened political tensions and the presence of immigration enforcement activity in our communities. And so just want to lift that this really is lagging data. And so we've got a lot that's happened since June. All right, let's shift gears now to the next agenda item, Academic Excellence Program. This will be an update on instructional coaching. We've got some pilots going on, as well as an update from what we're hoping to implement next year through state support. Call on Dr. Wright at this time to introduce staff and presenters.
Yes, I'm going to start with Dr. Smith to open this conversation, and then we will move to Drs. Brown and Dr. Pang. So, Dr. Smith, if you will begin our presentation on our Academic Excellence Program coaching model.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Good morning, Dr. Michael and members of the State Board. I'd like to provide a bit of background before we begin. It's important to note that I spent over the past 15 years leading coaching efforts in both districts and state initiatives. And I would be remiss if I didn't share that I've seen firsthand the transformative impact coaching can have on teacher growth and efficacy, as well as student outcomes. With this foundation in mind, I'm excited to turn this over to Drs. Brown and Pang, who will share valuable insight into our strategic work around coaching. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, members of the board. Hope wherever you are joining from this morning that you are warm. We will go ahead and get started, and we can move to the next slide, please. So our presentation today connects to Strategic Plan Pillar 2 as well as Pillar 3. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. So we know that effective teacher coaching is a lever not only for improved student outcomes, but also is an effective teacher retention strategy, right? So something that improves both teacher efficacy as well as job satisfaction, right? Which is how it connects to outcome 2B, right? To increase the percentage of teachers retained over the last 3 years. We also have, if you go to the next slide, some clear connections to Pillar 3, specifically outcomes 3A, 3D, and 3G. So increasing the percentage of third grade students who are scoring proficient in reading, increasing the percentage of grade 3 to 8 students scoring proficient in mathematics, and also decreasing gaps in proficiency on all state assessments between student groups. Next slide. So today we're going to give just a brief overview of coaching, right? What do we mean by coaching? What is it? Then we will, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Brown, who's going to present some updates about current coaching initiatives that we have going on at MSDE, including the Academic Excellence Pilot in Prince George's County. And then at the end, we will turn it over and make time for folks to ask questions. Next slide. So just a quick overview of coaching, right? We wanted to start with a working definition of coaching. What do we mean when we say a coach, and what do coaches do? So a coach is, first of all, a licensed educator. This is someone who provides job-embedded, non-evaluative support and professional learning to teachers as well as to other education professionals in order to improve student instruction. And they help educators integrate evidence-based practices into their classroom instruction. We're going to dig into literacy and math specifics as far as coaching in a few slides, but this is our overall kind of general definition from MSDE about what coaching is. We can go to the next slide. Wanted to take just a moment to talk about why coaching matters. So first of all, job-embedded coaching has been shown to be more effective than one-time kind of sit and get professional learning. Also, we know that coaching is a key lever to support the skilled implementation of high-quality instructional materials that are aligned to state standards. And then we know that coaching on evidence-based and effective reading and math practices for teachers as well as for leaders is one of the key strategies that MSDE is using to provide ongoing support to LEAs as they work to implement the literacy and math policy initiatives. We want to highlight that coaching is just one strategy in a comprehensive approach that MSDE is undertaking with regard to literacy and math. So invite us to think about coaching within a larger context that includes comprehensive pre-K to 3 literacy policy, standards aligned curriculum, guidance on universal screeners, professional learning on the science of reading, right? This is important because when we look at data from other states and work that's been done in other states, simply requiring, for example, that students repeat a grade, right? Which would be an example of like a literacy policy. That in itself has relatively little impact on learning. But states who have seen the most gains in student outcomes are those that have paired policy with comprehensive supports, like professional learning and like literacy and math coaches. So again, coaching is a part of a comprehensive approach that includes policy, professional learning, and job-embedded coaching. You can go to the next slide. We wanted to drill down just a bit further into that data to tease out what we think is an important distinction, and that is the impact of state-led coaching specifically. So we know that many of our LEAs already employ instructional coaches at the district or school level, and that they use a variety of approaches and monitoring systems, and also frequently that those coaches have other duties that pull them away from one-on-one teacher coaching. So these studies, and they're linked here for the board to go back and review. And if I had more time, I would take you through each one of these. But really what the data is showing and what research from other states who have implemented coaching is showing is that state-led coaches in particular result in improved instruction and student outcomes. Next slide, please. So this is our theory of change for state coaching. If MSDE provides instructional coaches with a clear coaching model, high quality measurement tools, and sustained professional learning, and if coaches use those resources to deliver connected cycles of support that build content knowledge and also strengthen teacher practice, then teachers will more effectively internalize those lessons and implement those evidence-based instructional practices in the classroom. And then as a result, students will demonstrate higher proficiency rates in literacy and in mathematics. So that's the framework that we're operating from. I'm going to turn it over down to my colleague, Dr. Brown, who's going to talk about some of the specific coaching models that we have in place right now, or some of the specific coaching initiatives, rather.
Thank you, Dr. Ping, for outlining the role of a coach, which is really important as we're framing the importance of state coaching. We have 3 current initiatives that I will walk you through, all of which are touching coaching, not necessarily coaching the way we at MSDE are really interested in pursuing. So I'm going to run you through each of these, which have varying content, structure, and role of participants that the initiatives are focused on. Next slide, please. The first initiative is the Early Literacy Network. MSDE is leveraging philanthropic funds over a 3-year award period to support existing district early literacy coaches and principals. So this is for district level coaches that are already existing, and we wanted to leverage a $3 million over 3-year investment for early literacy coaching and math improvement networks. With those funds, MSDE has hired an assistant director of state literacy coaching to oversee the planning and implementation of the network and provide ongoing professional learning opportunities for the network participants. We have 10 coaches and district leaders from around the state, 7 LEAs represented, that have opted into receiving on-site support following up from these network experiences, and those coaches will receive 2 to 3 on-site coaching support visits from the MSDE coaching team and our partners using the encouraged measurement tools. Next slide. 4 measurement tools were developed by partners and the Division of Instructional Programs. These tools reflect literacy-specific walkthrough tools, a coaching reflection tool, a school leader reflection tool, and a district leader reflection tool. As a part of this network, the tools are available as a resource for district coaches and provide valuable data for coaches, schools, and districts for improving classroom practices and setting up systems that support teacher growth. Next slide. Within this early literacy coaching network, our first session included 131 participants distributed across the state. Of the 131 participants, 91% reflected current coaches, with the 9% remaining being principals that attended to develop their strengths as instructional leaders in their buildings. Next slide. We have partnered with the Consortium on Reading Excellence, or CORE, to support the Early Literacy Coaching Network over the next 3 years by providing consistent, high-quality professional learning for the literacy coaches that are in districts across the state. This collaboration will strengthen coaching practices, deepen literacy content knowledge, and ensure consistent, evidence-aligned support for schools and coaches statewide as we work to improve literacy outcomes for all students. Next slide. The other portion of that $3 million in philanthropic funds are being leveraged to develop a 3-year cohort-based on-site coaching for school leadership teams focused on improving math outcomes in grades 4 through 8. With those funds, MSDE has hired an assistant director of state math coaching to oversee the planning and implementation of the Mathematics Improvement Network, and is set to hire 4 additional state math coaches who will provide ongoing professional learning to schools in the Math School Improvement Network over the next 3 years. The Maryland Math School Improvement Network was launched this month with a successful kickoff meeting, followed by the first professional learning opportunity for Cohort 1 schools. Cohort 1 is our Promising Practices cohort, and they will focus on identifying and strengthening practices that have led to positive results so that they can serve as models for our additional cohorts that come along with this program. MSDE's state math coach will work collaboratively with math leadership teams in each school to engage professional learning and conduct site visits to gather data on effective mathematics instruction and strategies to replicate their positive trends. Next slide. Similarly to the Early Literacy Network, our mathematics measurement tools are in place. The only tool that is different between the two is the Mathematics Classroom Walkthrough tool. All 5 of these tools, the math and the literacy, as well as the coach, leader, and district reflection tools, are going through a review process this spring now that they've been piloted with these 2 programs, as well as with our ERT teams in our Maryland School Leadership Academy, which will be using it as well. So we will be looking at these to verify alignment to priorities and initiatives such as HQIM and MTSS. And then we will release for official training and summer use. Next slide. Our Promising Practices cohort represents 6 LEAs, as indicated on the map, and 16 schools, with each LEA having at least 2 schools, have been invited to participate based on their federally identified status and promising trends in mathematics results for students overall, and or if they have outsized gains for our multilingual learners, students with disabilities, economically challenged students, and Black and Hispanic students. Next slide. Recruitment has already begun to identify schools for Cohort 2, which will take place in the 26-27 school year. This cohort will consist of 50 to 60 additional schools that are also federally identified schools. These schools' math leadership teams will engage in professional learning and on-site coaching to develop the same strong instructional practices that were identified in Cohort 1. Cohort 1 will serve as a partner school and resources to develop strong inter and intra-LEA network of effective mathematic practices to improve instruction and bring joyful problem solving into classrooms. Cohort 3 will follow a similar model as Cohort 2. And we will be continuing to look for additional funding so that we can scale this network. Next slide. And the third program, which I mentioned before, was the true pilot for our academic excellence program. We are fortunate to have philanthropic funding of roughly $6 million to support a 2-year state literacy coaching pilot that is taking place in Prince George's County Public Schools. These coaches are there to support Tier 1 core instruction aligned to the science of reading implementing high-quality instructional materials aligned to our state standards, and support the implementation of the early literacy policy. The state coaches bring a wealth of experience to this work. They include national board certified educators, former principals and district administrators, leaders of educational preparation programs, and professionals who have partnered with the U.S. Department of Ed. Our coaches have completed over 40 hours of training in partnership with Prince George's County, building a shared understanding of the district's literacy curricula and existing work. So this will help us better partner together with the districts rather than us just coming in and telling them exactly what to do. State coaches are using the MSDE measurement tools as previously discussed, allowing us to have alignment across programs. Next slide. So as of now, we've hired 7 state literacy coaches for our first cohort. They began at their assigned school sites 2 weeks ago, and we work with Prince George's County to determine which elementary schools to support in this first phase of the pilot. Coaches are assigned 1 to 2 schools where they will report daily to do job-embedded coaching with kindergarten through 3rd grade teachers, providing one-on-one support and grade level team professional learning aligned to the science of reading. We expect to hire an additional 15 coaches in our second cohort, so we'll have 22 in total onboarded. And these people will hopefully begin this summer for onboarding along with the Prince George's, or allowing us to add 30 Prince George's elementary schools to our workload. We are actively seeking legislative funding to scale this initiative statewide and to add math coaches to build on the results of the Math Improvement Network. And I think next slide will take us to any questions that anyone has for Dr. Ping or myself about these 3 initiatives.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll pull the presentation down. Board members, questions? Mr. Greer.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. Thank you, Dr. Brown and team for bringing this, and Dr. Smith for bringing this to us. This is great. I had an opportunity alongside Dr. Michael and Mr. Barnes and Dr. Wright and a few other team members to go to the pep rally on Friday, as was mentioned in the superintendent's update. It was a lot of fun. My personal favorite was watching teachers try to eat cookies off their face. So that was a lot of fun. So few thoughts here and just some notes. So one part is one question that I have is can we see in future years, or when we have the opportunity to do so, an overlay of the the ELA scores on slide 15? So right now we see the percent of participants by LEA, but it would be good to see if there's shifting happening in those areas, because it's one thing to know how many coaches we have, it's another thing to know if we're having impact. So just down the line, it would be great to see that view. The second question is, as we move a little bit in that same line, it's just a clarification question for me. What is the percentage that we're looking at on slide 15? Is that the percent of coaching and instructional leads in an LEA? Is it the percent of teachers represented? Is it something different?
So slide 15 represents the number of participants in our first session of the coaching network. So this is how many participants across the state attended. It is not necessarily the number of coaches in that district. It is, and actually I've heard that our numbers have gone up for session 2. So we're very excited about that. But this is the number of participants, district coaches or principals that came to learn with us about what coaching should look and sound like in a literacy classroom.
Okay, got it. Dr. Brown, I think maybe then I'm confused. The percentages on the left, percent attendance.
Percent of the total attendees. So out of 131 attendees, what percentage of each district recommended? Yeah.
I see. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Sorry, that wasn't clear.
No, that's okay. I appreciate the clarification. That's helpful. A couple other thoughts. So how much alignment is there between the early literacy network coaching practices and the AEP, the Academic Excellence Program, I'm thinking like, is there going to be, if we move to scale, an opportunity to overlap and overlay the people who have come into this in cohort 1 and be able to expand from there? So is there overlap here?
Yeah, so both, so at the Early Literacy Coaching Network, we are training existing LEA literacy coaches in the MSDE coaching model for literacy.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that those LEAs may already be using their own various practices, but we're training them, as Dr. Brown said, in like what we think coaching should look like, understanding that each coach and each district faces, different constraints and different contexts. And then in the AEP pilot, we are requiring our coaches, because they're state employees, to use the Maryland State Coaching Model for literacy. And I think one of the things that we're really excited about in terms of the work that we're doing with the Early Literacy Coaching Network is that that's helping us understand the current conditions on the ground, right? So what the current infrastructure across the state looks like, so that when we hopefully are able to secure legislative funds for the academic excellence program of state coaching, we'll be able to integrate that with coaching practices that are already happening on the ground across the state.
That's really helpful. And yeah.
I would just add the other piece of alignment between the two programs would be the measurement tool. Although we can't mandate it for our early literacy network, those districts that opted in to receive additional coaching from us will be using that tool so that we can measure teacher classroom growth as well as coaching perceptions that have changed as a result of receiving our services.
That's great. And then do we have a plan down the line for there to be math coaches?
We do, yeah. So through the math improvement network, we're getting ready to hire actually in the next month or so 4 state math coaches, in addition to the assistant director of state math coaching who has already been hired. And then when we are able to secure legislative funding for the academic excellence program, we are hoping that state math coaches will be a part of that. So again, using what we're learning through the Math Improvement Network and those promising practices from those invited cohorts to be able to really build out what does state math coaching look like in Maryland, and then take that hopefully statewide.
I love that you're setting the stage for scalability. That's great. And then go ahead.
No, you took the words right out of my mouth. This is the first time that the State Department has ever done something like this, of tried to use existing coaches to provide them the professional learning that they need in order for that scalability to occur, because we don't know the backgrounds of the current coaches, but what we can show them is what a strong research-based model looks like, and then provide that professional learning to them. And we started this actually last year, I believe, across the state, just in general, but this is something that the State Department has not done, and we're real excited about it because people have been really, really receptive to coming to these meetings and really finding out what coaching is really all about.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And then final question, the 5.8 million is wonderful. We're really happy to have that. Can you help give us a sense of the breakdown of the costs of the AEP pilot budget?
Yeah, so the vast majority of the costs of that 5.8 million are going towards salaries. So as Dr. Brown mentioned, for year 1, we've hired 7 state coaches. Our goal is to retain all of those folks for year 2, which would be FY27, and then to add an additional 15 coaches, bringing the total to 22. So our cost for salaries over the 2-year pilot is somewhere in the ballpark of $4 million. The nice thing about that $5.8 million in funds is that those are direct to MSDE funds. And so there's not like administrative costs or overhead or things like that. Those are funds that we're able to tap into directly in order to pay coach salaries. And if we were able to hire an additional or more than 15 coaches for year 2, we're going to hire as many as we can get.
Awesome. Thank you.
Dr. Bell.
Hi, I just want to say this model has a ton of potential. in my opinion. To be able to build that framework out and then to be able to have it statewide, I think is really the right way to go. My question is around, first of all, the number of schools in year one. I see in year two, and I'm looking at slide 20, in year two and year three, they're going to be 60 and then another 60 for 120 added after year one. How many are in the initial year?
Which slide are you referring to? I just want to make sure that I'm speaking to the correct
This one,
program.
this one that's up here now.
20.
Okay, so it's 20 in the first year?
No, I'm sorry. I was
sorry, that
trying
one's
I was trying to
16.
direct delete slide
Oh,
20.
slide 20. Right. This the one that's on the screen now. Thanks.
Yes. We have 16 schools participating in year one. We wanted to really be mindful of what schools we were selecting that were showing promising practices so that we could leverage a learning walk style model and then provide coaching cycles regarding that practice that we would like to see replicated. So year one, we have 16 schools identified that we're going to work with, and then they are going to scale up with how can those schools support the additional 60 each year to come.
Okay. And for year one, year two, and year three schools, they're all still part of the 6-county cohort that was identified in the first year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And my last question is, what were considered promising practices? I mean, you don't have to give me all of them, but in a nutshell, what were some promising practices that were out there?
We're looking, that's what our first round is. So when we had our first launch meeting, they started discussing what do we believe are the promising practices that are happening. And I don't know if Lindsay or Stacy are on here, but we're right now trying to identify those practices. So what we did was we looked at the data to see who are our schools that are moving our students that are typically underserved. Our multilingual learners, our students with disabilities, where are gaps closing in which schools, and then we identified them. So the kickoff was to get those schools together, and now we're moving into, okay, what are the promising practices that are leading to those changes?
Right.
Dr.
So we
Payne?
want to learn from them what promising practices they are using, as opposed to coming in and saying, this is what we think you should do. We have identified it by saying, hey, these are pockets of schools that have really great data and you're really moving student outcomes. We want to come in and spend this year learning from you so that we can understand what you're doing, so that we can then build that into what a math coaching model looks like, so that we can then invite other schools and other cohorts to continue to learn from you.
But Dr. Bell,
No,
we should be
I
able to
can't
get
find.
you more information next month when we start those site visits.
Okay, all right, that's great. I can't find my clap button on here, but I would press it if I could see it. And the reason why is because I think this is the way that you do it. A lot of times there are top-down approaches without actually involving the LEAs and the schools to say, okay, why are you doing this? It could be personnel changes and things like that that are discovered, and what does that type of leader possess, where they're able to, which can inform then a leadership academy. So I think there's a lot that could actually come out of this once the implementation actually begins, which was kind of the basis for my question. So thank you for those answers.
Great.
I will add too that we're doing external evaluations for both the Early Literacy Coaching Network, the Math Improvement Network, as well as the Academic Excellence Pilot. So we're looking to see what's working over these 2 and 3 year periods so that we have that information when we go to scale this statewide.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. Barring any further questions, we will transition to a related topic, looking at our adolescent literacy policy. At this time, I'll turn it to Dr. Wright to introduce staff presenters.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Michael. And Dr. Chelsea Brewer is going to be doing this presentation. And following the presentation, I'm requesting that the State Board grant permission to publish the adolescent literacy policy for public comment. Dr. Brewer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Michael and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm here to share the Maryland Adolescent Literacy Policy, and as Dr. Wright shared, requesting permission to publish for public comment. This work builds on our early literacy efforts and responds to clear data showing the needs for sustained literacy support beyond the early grades. I'll start with just acknowledging our Maryland momentum and our strategic plan goals. Next slide, please. Thank you. And specifically diving into our strategic plan alignment around goal 3. So this policy directly advances several outcomes for goal 3 of our strategic plan. First, it supports our goal of increasing reading proficiency for students in grades 3 through 8 by ensuring that progress does not stall after grade 3. Second, it supports improved outcomes across all student groups, including students with disabilities and multilingual learners. And third, it emphasizes growth, not just proficiency, which is especially important for adolescent students who may be below grade level, but capable of making meaningful progress with the right supports. This alignment matters because adolescent literacy is not a separate initiative. It is a continuation of the same commitment to equity, access, and student success that underpins a broader literacy agenda. So here you can see our presentation outline for today. We'll talk about the urgency around adolescent literacy. We'll talk about specific components of the policy. We'll talk about the initial rounds of feedback that we received from partners, both externally and internally here at MSDE. And then we'll talk about next steps and take questions. Thank you. Next slide. So nationally, 1 in 4 young adults reads at the lowest literacy levels despite earning a high school diploma. This tells us that while students may meet graduation requirements, too many are leaving school without the literacy skills needed to fully access post-secondary opportunities or the workforce. Literacy supports cannot stop in the early grades. It must continue as academic demands increase. I want to talk about some trends that are occurring in NAEP data. Next slide. Our national assessment data shows a consistent pattern, not only here in Maryland, but across other states. Gains made in grade 4 reading do not translate into comparable outcomes by grade 8. Without intentional ongoing literacy support, students who fall behind early often remain behind as text becomes more complex and instructional demands increase. And I want to explain specifically what this looks like for us here in Maryland. So our data reflects the same challenge. While the state has made important progress in early literacy, those gains are not consistently sustained through the middle grades. This reinforces the need for a coherent statewide approach to adolescent literacy. For many students, literacy growth stabilizes or declines as they enter middle school. This period represents a critical opportunity to intervene before literacy gaps become entrenched and limit students' access to rigorous coursework in high school. As students progress through grades 4 through 12, text becomes more complex and literacy expectations expand across content areas. As we think about how we can continue our support for word reading and fluency, this is where it really becomes integral for our students and not just focusing on our comprehension strategies. Many students continue to need support with decoding, fluency, and academic language. I want to talk about the research behind a lot of the work and the content of our policy. So again, as text becomes more complex, that decoding demand increases. So what we see with the decoding threshold is if students have not received strong support with language in the early grades, they continue to struggle with access. And to ensure that we're addressing the needs of our students here in Maryland, we've identified key research and aligned our supports through the different aspects of our policy. There are 2 critical levers that we want to acknowledge. So we're specifically defining and relaying what the expectations are for grades 4 through 12. We're also identifying the key approaches per the research that are needed to ensure that students are prepared and ready to access grade level content. And so now we'll dive into what those policy components are. So there are three main aspects of the policy. First, the goal is to strengthen literacy instruction in grades 4 through 12 across English, language arts, and content areas, not just in the English language arts classroom. Second, to identify students' needs using consistent screening and progress monitoring approaches. And third, to provide targeted supports for students who need them. The draft policy is organized into these four components. So instruction, intervention, and assessment, system of supports for educators, our family notification, and student reading improvement plans, along with responsibilities and reporting. For our instruction and assessment, we'll talk about strengthening Tier 1 instruction by including advanced decoding and academic language across the content areas, not just in the English language arts classroom, implementing universal screeners from grades 4 through 11 with some specificity in middle school about what that looks like, as specifically for grades 8 to 9, and then providing targeted intervention during the school day for our students who are exhibiting reading difficulties. Educators are going to need ongoing professional learning aligned to the science of reading to support students. The policy sets expectations for professional learning across general education, special education, and multilingual learners. Coaching is included as a support to help educators apply training, use student data effectively, and strengthen daily instruction. For component 3, families will receive notification when their student is identified for a reading difficulty. This is in alignment to our comprehensive pre-K-3 policy, keeping families involved and informed, and ensuring that students also have access to a student reading improvement plan that outlines the supports that they will need to ensure that they're growing and progressing in their reading abilities. For component 4, districts will be responsible for implementing the policy and reporting annually, again, aligned to our comprehensive pre-K-3 policy with that reporting timeline in September. MSCE will compile statewide results and provide guidance and technical assistance based on the trends we're identifying in that reporting. Again, this is intended to ensure that we have transparency and consistency across the state, and that we are also providing the correct set of supports. I want to dive into the feedback and updates we received from our partners. So the adolescent literacy policy draft received extensive feedback from district leaders, educators, higher education partners, and MSCE divisions. Next slide, please. Here you can see at the bottom who some of those partners are. So these revisions strengthened our alignment with the policy, the pre-K-3 policy, and clarified expectations for grades 4 through 12. This work has been iterative and continues to be informed by stakeholder input. Lastly, I'll share what some of those areas we received extensive feedback were. So our stakeholders really supported making sure that we were cognizant of the adolescent literacy space, being very clear on what Tier 1 instruction should look like, acknowledging the use of high quality instructional materials, supporting the conversation of literacy screening, diagnostics, and professional learning for teachers. In response to the feedback that we received during the Education Policy Committee, we'll be making 2 targeted updates specifically around grade 8 and that information flowing into high schools to include student universal screener data, as well as that student reading improvement plan. And we also explicitly extended that language to include professional learning for teachers around high quality instructional materials. So our next steps, here you'll see on the next slide, an outline of our proposed timeline with the policy. And so we have some tier 1 guidance that will support in spring and summer of 2026, along with piloted assessment universal screener tools before presenting those to our districts across the state. And so I will pause here before we get into additional research to take questions from the board.
Great, thank you very much. What question? Let me turn now to recommendation from Dr. Lewis at Policy Committee.
Yes, thank you. The Ed Policy Committee unanimously supports permission to publish the adolescent literacy policy.
Outstanding. Questions or comments from board members? Dr. Bell.
Hi, just a quick question. There are a lot of elements here, aligning it to obviously MTSS, multi-tier system of support. My question is there going to be some type of support, I guess, for LEAs to make sure they have a strong MTSS program system in place to be able to not only make sure this is done to its fullest potential, but there's things on even the student behavior side as well. So I think, so my question is, are there any plans to have any way to support the MTSS model that's being implemented that this would include, I imagine?
Absolutely. Great question, Dr. Bell. So we've actually started that work now with the National Center for Improving Literacy, which is a technical assistance center funded by the Department of Education, the Federal Department of Education. But really, we're diving into that work this year in alignment with our comprehensive state literacy development grant work. So we are working with secondary as well as elementary schools, supervisors to start that work on the ground now. So the policy is really just a reflection of the work that we're doing. It is also a strong component of our work internally at MSCE, especially in the Division of Instructional Programs. It is one of our 3 key highlighted areas across the content. So not only are we working to strengthen that instruction across the tiers for literacy in my branch, but working across the division to ensure we have that alignment across the content areas, as well as with special education and other divisions as well. So it is a true body of work that we're internalizing here at the agency to ensure that we're supporting our districts properly with that.
Dr. Burr, can I just add that we are also in hopes of hiring an MTSS director? We know this is a huge comprehensive body of work. We are hoping to hire someone this spring that will lead that work as well as have a specialist to really hit the ground running with our districts by looking at what are their current systems and how can we better support them, what resources can we develop, and how can we just really get our hands in there to support them to make this happen.
Let me answer it real quick on this. One of the things I've seen roll out, and I'll be interested to see how this plays out, Dr. Brown, is sometimes MTSS is set up as an island on its own under teaching and learning. Sometimes it's integrated within literacy and within math. I don't know how you'll have it set up or how that's going to be structured, but
Yeah.
be interested to know. It's so important, in my view, that it is really integrated in literacy and math.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Dr. Smith can attest that I've put a lot of thought into where to put this position. So right now, what we are really talking about, and hopefully it gets approved, is putting it within a branch with PL and HQIM, which are our cross-cutting concepts that cannot just exist on their own. It doesn't just exist in instructional programs. We're going to have to work with Mary Gable's team for attendance and behavior and just making sure that we are really being intentional and breaking down our silos. So the goal is not that it lives alone, not that it just lives with literacy. It's all of our work that we have to do together.
Great. Mr. Barnes and then Ms. Leonard.
Yeah, thank you to Ms. Brewer and Ms. Brown for the work. This question is just highly technical. I know that during our Education Policy Committee meeting, I asked a question regarding, I believe it was a typo that read so that 12th graders were eligible for the SRIPs, but they did not have a screening schedule. So I noticed that it was still in the document that I had access to, and I was wondering if you were aware.
Thank you for that. No, that change still needs to be made. So I appreciate you catching that. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Leonard.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the amount of time and energy and love that's been poured into this plan, adolescent literacy. I think there are so many folks that just assume that, yep, kids leave elementary school and they have strong literacy foundation for the rest of their lives. And as we know, literacy is liberation. And so we don't serve our kids well if we're not ensuring that they have those strong literacy skills throughout their education program. Question or just a comment about the student reading improvement plans. And Mr. Lemley previewed this a little bit during his remarks as well. The more time educators can spend working with kids on literacy, as opposed to in front of a computer writing a plan about literacy, the better we'll serve our children. So in whatever ways those plans can be important communication tools, but not something extra on the plates of educators that takes them away from direct service to children would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions or comments from board members?
I would just add that I will need a literacy is liberation t-shirt.
That I was thinking the same thing.
We'll have to buy them for everybody. I love that. Perfect.
Mr. Greer.
Love that. That's incredible. Real quick, this is a comment more than it is because I don't think it pertains to the policy, but it's aligned to the idea of adolescent literacy. I'm hearing more and more from parents as I talk to them around the state about concerns around tech-enabled learning, just in terms of like reading on Chromebooks, reading on computers, reading on screens. And I know that we cannot push this from this level, but to what degree we can begin to encourage, whether that's in regulations or where it begins to come in, encouraging students to read books that are leveled to their ability that are physical copies from cover to cover. I'm really trying to push away snippet reading and trying to push away just digital reading alone. And so I'm focused on that in a lot of ways, and I'm hearing a lot of questions about it and a lot of studies starting to emerge. This is silent on it, and I think that's the right direction for the policy, but I think that we need to start to pay attention to some of the practices happening in schools moving forward.
I think that's a really good point because as Dr. Brewer said, we're going to be producing a toolkit and a guidance document. So I think including some of those ideas, you're spot on with that. So thank you for that.
All right. Excellent. Any other questions or comments from board members? Our request today is to approve permission to publish. And so just from a process perspective, this is not going out to the register. This is a policy. So this is a publication that we would make on our website and push out for feedback. And we'll be doing 30 days. Is that right? How long will it be out? Dr. Brown or Dr. Smith?
Yeah, 30 days. It will be out 30 days.
Okay. And then we'll take that feedback, any additional pushes from the board, depending on, and then we'll come back to the board. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Great. All right. Is there a motion to approve permission to publish or public feedback?
I'll move.
Okay. Is that Dr. Bell and Mr. Greer? Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. That brings us to the end of our morning agenda. We are going to dismiss to executive session in a second. Members of the public we will come back at 1:30. Pursuant to section 3305B7, the general provisions article of the annotated code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following. 7 appeals, a board leadership update. We will come back around 1:30. Board members have about 10 minutes. We're gonna convene in executive session around 12:40. Is there a motion to adjourn to executive session?
So moved.
Okay, Mr. Greer, second by Mr. Chesterfield. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right. Thank you very much. Be back. All right. Mr. Hans, can you just let me know when we have quorum again?
Staff, can we pull down the placeholder? Can we pull down the executive session placeholder, please? Great. Believe you have quorum.
Okay, I'll wait for board members to get in place so we can come back video on. All right. Okay. All right, we got a quorum here. Okay, great. All right, I'm pleased to call the public meeting back to order for our afternoon session. Our goal is to wrap this up by 3 o'clock. Mr. Greer, I'm looking right at you. Just kidding. No, but we're gonna try to line this thing up to 3 o'clock and keep us on track. With that, we're gonna begin with our first agenda item, kindergarten readiness assessment update. Dr. Wright, turn it to you to introduce staff and presenters.
Yes, Tim Guy is going to be presenting this data. Remember, this is the first year for the brand new KRA. And so, Tim, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Wright. PowerPoint's coming up. Great. We can skip to the next slide. And we can skip to the next slide. All right, so this is related to goal 1. Every child has access to high quality early childhood programming. So the outcome measures that are within this area are 1A, increase student readiness for kindergarten annually as measured by the kindergarten readiness assessment, and increase the kindergarten readiness proficiency rates for each student group, and then decreasing the gap between the student groups. So that would be our overall outcomes for the administration of the KRA and in our goal 1 area. So skip to the next slide. So today we're going to basically, I'm going to give an overview since we have a lot of new board members about what the KRA is, and then I'll give updates on our KRA administration, and then I'll go over the initial state results that we received this year and future plans. So the kindergarten readiness assessment is comprised of 3 areas. We have the STAR early literacy, and these are from a vendor called Renaissance. And so it's a nationally recognized assessment that's utilized in other states and localities. So the STAR early literacy is the first component of this, and it's a 10-minute computer adaptive assessment, and it is available in English and Spanish for our students. And then there's the STAR math area, which is a 20-minute computer adaptive assessment available in English and Spanish. And then we have the SABRS, which stands for Social, Academic, Emotional, Behavioral Risk Screener, which is a 19-question observational survey that teachers complete after they've had some a period of time with students to make those observations. Okay, skip to the next slide. And I also want to mention on the previous slide that the administrations are done via group for the most part, if it's allowable under a student's accommodations. So it can be group administered, which is a time savings for the classroom teachers for the most part. So here's a couple sample questions. So the one question we'll just skip past was a letter identification. And then this next one is a math one. I just want to point out that there is an audio component. So students are not expected to be able to completely read at this age. And so there is a little button to listen for prompts. And then the next question, you can go to the next slide. for mathematics is it would read that sentence to the student to actually prompt them for a response, and they can replay that over and over again as they're taking the assessment. So accessibility is built in, so that, in acknowledging that student abilities are varied on how much they're expected to read or have an understanding of. Okay, skip to the next one. So our administration timeline in Maryland, we administered the test from, the training was in August 14th to the 28th, prior to start of a lot of school systems first days. And then our test window was August 1st through October 10th. And we have actual regulations related to when that administration has to end. So we have to have the administration wrapped up by October 10th for kindergarten readiness. In-platform reporting is available to teachers immediately. So I do want to point this out, like we are not presenting this in January and thinking that this is like the first time teachers are getting this data. They got that data right away after they administered the assessment. And with the observational assessment, they're the one entering that data. So they're interacting with students to actually get that feel for how the students are doing behaviorally right out of the gate. Individual student reports are reported to districts in November, and they were distributed in that month of November, possibly a little bit into December, but typically they get them out within a couple weeks. But the individual student reports were delivered digitally to local school systems. And then the MSD deliverables to local education agencies, they had data results within the platform, but then this is like the official results that are going to match up with what we post on like the MD report card. And so those deliverables came out in December. And the reason for the kind of late reporting is that we match the data to our attendance reporting that it comes in with September 30th to ensure that the demographics are clean and that they match up with the exact students. So that's part of the process that goes on behind the scenes. And we then send that data to the locals. Most of them have already loaded some level of component of this long before we send our deliverables off to the local education agencies. Great, you can skip to the next slide. So here's just some examples of the reports that are in the platform that educators have access to and administrators. So this type of stuff is available instantly after their class is tested or their individual students are tested. And skip to the next one. And then these individual student reports were the ones that came out in November. And it basically gave parents an explanation of what the assessment was, how the assessment was administered, what the score means, and then some performance level descriptors. Our performance level descriptors are set at beginning skills, developing skills, and then established skills. And the framing of the language is to contextualize that these are entry skills that students are coming in with, and that we want to be in this kind of growth mindset of the fact that we know that they're not rigid moment in time, that we know that students are developing those skills and are then able to progress through their kindergarten year, making that progress. The other thing I want to mention is that we did not report out the SABRS data, which is the behavioral data, because we saved that and recommended that school systems do that as part of conferences with parents, because out of context, that data is a little hard to interpret and can be a little misleading. So we went with the literacy and the math data on the home reports for parents to then view. Okay, let's skip to the next one. So then we also have, as part of our Renaissance package here, is that that locals are able to deliver this multiple times a year if they wish. It is not required. So the optional administration windows, we have a winter administration that has already started, and then we have a spring administration. There won't be public reporting on these, but it allows LEAs to basically follow up as they go throughout the year to see if that progress is being made by students, and to either check in at the end of the year to see where the students are at or wherever. But the assessment is designed to be delivered in that way, and it has norm referencing throughout the year as students progress on their skills. Okay, skip to the next one. All right, so our data in Maryland. So there's quite a bit of variation across our racial ethnic groups, from 36% to 73.3% in that established percent. So the blue bar is the lower bar, is the students that you could kind of think of as proficient. It's the students that are entering kindergarten with the skills that would make them successful completely. And so that blue group is there for the established percent. The developing percent is the next bar up. And so those students will be successful with a little bit of assistance and some additional practice. And then beginning percent is the students that are going to need more intensive services to actually be ready to, not ready to enter kindergarten, but are in kindergarten and will need those services throughout the year. So this is the early literacy results So this is the literacy portion or the ELA portion. Okay, skip to the next one. And I also want to point out on these bars that over on the right, you have a tested count. Some of our groups, when you think of just one grade level of testing, we have very few students in some of our student groups. So just, look at when you're looking at a bar graph and it looks odd, always look over to the right and see what the tested count is, because it can be a reason that we see some variety. So this is the student group data for our students with disabilities, multilingual learners, economically disadvantaged, and then males and females. So you can see that the blue bar, once again, varies significantly between student groups, but we're at 57% for the all student group across the literacy piece for showing up with established percentage of established skills. Okay, skip to the next one. These are the results across the state of Maryland. So the LEAs range from 33.3% to 75.2% across the state. And we don't have them in rank order, so this is more of a digestible slide later, but this is basically the individual results across the state as students are entering kindergarten. And skip to the next one. Mathematics, similar trend, 55.3% for all students. And then it breaks out by student groups ranging from 46 to 68.1%. The other bars fall in line behind. Those are the students that have the established math skills that would be expected of a student entering kindergarten. Great, go ahead and skip to the next one. Student group data, similar, 55.3%. Students with disabilities, multilingual learners, economically disadvantaged. See the comparisons to that all student group. Great, skip to the next one. And then the mathematics results by LEA are here. They range from 35.3 to 71% for the local data. And we'll skip to the next one. And then we help, and I should also mention that the math data that we just looked at, there was a Spanish and an English version of the assessment, but we combine results for that because we're measuring mathematics skills. So the students, regardless of language, they were taking it in English or Spanish, we combine results. The literacy results have to be separated because we're not measuring English literacy at this point, we're measuring Spanish literacy. And so part of the Renaissance suite of assessments is that we are able to deliver the English assessment in Spanish after students have attempted the English assessment. And this is useful in dual language programs. It's useful for students that might not be successful at all on the English version, and they're trying to figure out if there's any literacy skills within the student's home language. And so to basically figure out what skill set we can tap into in the educational setting. So that's why we're offering this Spanish literacy piece. And so you can see that 50.3% of those students that participated in this, and there were nearly 8,000 students across the state that took the Spanish assessment, that 50.3% were demonstrating that established skill in Spanish for the literacy piece. And many of the students would show up in both data sets because they might have taken the English version and they also took the Spanish version, and the combination of the data is then used by the school system to determine possible skill sets that they would tap into at the classroom level. Right, you can skip to the next one. So same thing by student group. You can see that our multilingual learners, as expected, have a much closer percentage when we're talking about home language matching within that data set. Great, skip to the next one. And Spanish results by LEA. Not every LEA gave enough of the Spanish version to students based on the population that they're servicing. I know that a follow-up question will probably be, why do we only have it in Spanish? And that's because this is a nationally set up assessment, and the vendor has the top language available, which is Spanish in its availability. Right, and we've rated from 31.48 to 4.6. Last thing, the SABRS overview. So the SABRS assessment, the social, academic, and emotional behavioral risk screener, this comes out to the performance level descriptors for this are slightly different. So we have low risk, some risk, and high risk. And so the low risk, 79% of students, some risk, 15.9, and high risk, 5.2. If you have any experience in like multi-tiered systems of supports or behavioral supports, you know that this pretty much matches that kind of data set where you expect about 5% of students that have a high risk, and you expect about 15% that have some type of moderate risk, and then you have 80% of the population that has low to no risk. And so that matches up nicely with that. But this is another data set that's available now to the districts that are within the platform, that early screening, they're able to quickly see students and the concentration of students that might have higher needs that might be within specific schools or areas. So it's 3 to 5 minutes to enter per student, and it measures 3 different domains of information. And it can also be administered to screen and monitor growth throughout the year. So if you're looking to see if some of our some risk students are moving into low risk, you have that reassessment ability to go back to. Not all students participated in the SABRS assessment because the teacher has to have enough time with them instructionally to be able to enter that data. So if you came in on October 5th, we can't enter data for you about the SABRS because we only had 5 days of instruction. We wouldn't know exactly how you were performing. And I think that's it. Maybe slide. Yep. So thank you. Any questions?
This was for information only, so we don't need a vote on this.
Great, thank you. Questions? Dr. Bell.
Hi, just a quick question. So regarding the administration of it, the first one is required for LEAs to administer, and then the second one, and then after that, it's optional?
Yes. So by state law, we basically have to have a kindergarten readiness assessment delivered, and then that's codified in COMAR. So everyone has to participate in that, and that is fulfilling the kindergarten readiness assessment. But as part of that contract, we get the ability to reassess, and so that is available to districts to do so for no additional cost.
Okay, and my thought around this is with the baseline that's been established in the fall, the opportunity to have a pre-test, post-test, opportunity here with the second window that's later in the year might be good. I mean, for LEAs to know the student growth throughout that critical first year. That's one thing that comes to mind. And the other thing that it's encouraging to see about 70% in reading in the literacy and the math, the English and the math. Well, both of them hit about 70% when you look at the established and the developing together. And so building on that moving forward, I mean, you kind of think that, okay, if we can at least maintain that and help that to grow as they get to third grade and then start taking those assessments, that would be ideal as a way to be able, I think, kind of point things in a higher trajectory. That's just my thought.
Mr. Barnes.
Yeah, Dr. Bell really said it all with the last few sentences, but there are a number of ways in which you can slice and dissect the data to, of course, continue to just enunciate the disparities that the board members understand exist and that we're working towards solving every single day. But there is, and I want to thank Dr. Wright for her focus on pre-K through third grade literacy in both mathematics and literacy, and just keeping our eyes on the ball. We can see that the majority of the students are actually proficient. And so there's so much potential there. And so I just want to thank you, Dr. Wright, for your continued investment in these young students and scholars. So.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Okay. One thing I know we've had these conversations, Dr. Wright. It's going to be really important for us here moving forward to be able to slice this by pre-K enrollment. I know that it's tricky. I assume that it's still tricky with private pre-K enrollment and student IDs in our mixed delivery public. but something that I know we'll want to work towards and analyze this a little bit more deeper. Dr. Wright?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've asked Mr. Sanderson's team to do exactly that. So they are working on getting not only public, but private pre-K individual IDs for students that will follow them right through the system as soon as they enter kindergarten.
Outstanding. Okay. Dr. Johnson, I know we talk about KRA a lot. Anything from you? Okay, good. All right. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. All right, with that, we will move to the next agenda item, FY27 Governor's Budget and 2026 Legislative Session Update. I'll turn it to Dr. Wright.
Yes, I've got Laurel Kratzley and Donna Gunning who are going to be doing this presentation. And basically, Dr. Michael, you may want to take these up to you, bill by bill or a summary vote, but we will need a board vote on each bill or the total.
Yeah, board members, we're gonna take it as a package, and we'll have an opportunity to pull things out. So if there's something you want to pull out, be prepared to pull that out when we get closer to it. All right, turn it back.
All right, and Dr. Wright, surprise, I'm going to join those two in the presentation today. So it's good to see you, Dr. Wright, Dr. Michael, and esteemed board members. It's wonderful to be with you all today for the first time in this capacity and to share our legislative update for 2026. My name is Stefan Redding Lounger. I'm the Chief Policy Officer here at MSDE. For the January legislative update, I'm joined by Laurel Kratzley, Interim Executive Director of the Office of Government Affairs, and Zachary Hands, Executive Director of the Maryland State Board of Education. After our update, we'll pass it to Donna Gunning, Chief Financial Officer, for the overview of the fiscal 27 governor's budget. We've shared a list of all the bills that the department and board intend to submit testimony on. Today, we will walk through a list of bills for discussion in which we intend to take a position of support or opposition. And board members, you can find that on the last 2 pages of this part of your packet. It's also projected on the screen here. Notably, 4 pieces of legislation have already been reviewed by the board, and testimony was submitted prior to this meeting, just due to the timeline. Laurel, Zach, and I will provide an overview of 8 bills for discussion and share the recommendation for a formal position with you before we open it up for questions. Following that, we'll pass it to Donna Gunning to share the analysis of the governor's fiscal 27 budget, which was introduced on January 21st. This being our first meeting during the legislative session, we also wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the process behind arriving at these recommendations. Each week, MSDE's leadership team reviews and evaluates all education-related legislation. The Office of Government Affairs brings their recommendations to Dr. Wright and members of the State Board's legislative subgroup and staff for further discussion. As you all remember, in December 2025, the board adopted its legislative platform for the 2026 session, which was developed collaboratively with the superintendent, board members, and staff from both MSDE and the State Board, and will inform our decisions on formal testimony for legislation in 2026. Our platform provides a shared framework for evaluating legislation and ensures that our recommendations reflect the department's strategic priorities, support local school system governance, and align with student needs, fiscal responsibility, and effective governance. So to start, I'm going to introduce a few of the bills that we recommend for support before turning it over to my colleagues. The first bill we have here is SB 218, HB 288, State Superintendent of Schools Prolonged State of Emergency Authority to Declare. This is one of MSD's departmental bills for the legislative session, with an upcoming hearing in the Senate on February 4th. This bill authorizes the State Superintendent of Schools to declare a prolonged state of emergency, even if the governor, does not declare a state of emergency. The superintendent has this authority when an event, such as an extreme weather event like flooding in a specific part of a county, prevents regular in-person attendance at a public school for at least 14 consecutive school days. Counties can then implement a virtual learning plan for affected students. So that's the first bill we recommended to support. The second bill here is HB 326, Maryland Center for School Safety Anonymous Reporting System. This is a bill sponsored by Delegate Ebersol in the House of Delegates that strengthens and codifies the existing Safe Schools Maryland Anonymous Reporting System operated by the Maryland Center for School Safety, also known as MCSS. At the center's request, the bill requires MCSS to maintain the anonymous reporting system, establish standardized operational guidelines, and provide training for school personnel. It also requires LEAs to participate in the anonymous reporting system and conduct annual reporting on school safety, among other provisions. It's important to note here that MCSS is also supportive of this bill. Third, we've got SB 56, HB 293, which is the Maryland Longitudinal Data System Center, external data sharing with third-party data centers for multi-state reporting authorization. This is a bill from the Maryland Longitudinal Data System Center, MLDS, with a hearing in the Senate on February 4th. It allows the MLDS Center Governing Board to let the center share individual student and workforce data with a third-party data center to support research and reporting across multiple states on student outcomes. The bill will enable a better regional understanding of K-12, higher education, and workforce pathways for the three participants in this multi-state initiative. I'm going to turn it to Mr. Hands to discuss the next bill.
Thank you, Stefan. Senate Bill 99, or the Local Boards of Education Transparency Act, would add local boards of education and the Baltimore City School Board of Commissioners to certain enhanced requirements under the Open Meetings Act. For example, maintaining archived videos of meetings going back 5 years, posting agendas at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting, and making various materials and agendas available on their website within a reasonable time before the meeting. We recommend supporting the bill in support of the transparency aspect, and with a note particularly around how the state board's processes align with the proposals in the legislation. I'll pass it to Laurel.
Hi, everyone. So I will continue with our final bill for support. We have SB 289, HB 352 on our Concentration of Poverty School Grant Program. This bill is being sponsored by Senator McCray and Delegate Wims and has a hearing on February 3rd in the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. So as you all know, under our current law, LEAs are able to utilize Concentration of Poverty grant funding to meet the World Languages Fine Arts COMA requirement. But currently, this expires after school year 26-27. So this bill would make that authority permanent and allow LEAs to continue using personnel grants to support this programming. So we have expressed support for this. If we scroll to our next page, we'll see we have one additional bill that's on our support with amendments docket. So this is HB 233, Senate Bill 48, Education, Public School Construction Alterations. So this is a departmental bill that was introduced on behalf of the Interagency Commission on School Construction, or IAC. It's meant to clarify approval requirements for certain school construction projects and to make updates to their authority over funding eligibility and approval timelines. So this also has a hearing in the Senate on February 3rd. MSDE supports this legislation with two friendly amendments that they have discussed with the IAC, in which the IAC also support. As currently written, MSC noted that the bill might unintentionally narrow the state superintendent's authority in some instances. So the language was expanded to ensure that the superintendent's authority clearly applies to all school facilities and school grounds rather than just the buildings. If we go to our final section here, we will highlight some bills that after careful review, we recommend opposing due to some potential challenges or unintended impacts. So our first one listed here is SB 103, HB 189, Public, Middle, High, and Charter Schools Start Time for Instruction. Just want to note for everyone that this bill was also introduced last year and the board and MSDE approved the same position. So the bill as written would require middle schools to start no earlier than 8 a.m. and high schools no earlier than 8:30 a.m. beginning in the 28-29 school year. So while the State Board of Education can grant waivers for a compelling reason to schools who can't accommodate these start times, this would be considered on a case-by-case basis. It will have a hearing on 2-4 in the Senate as well in the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. MSTE and the board recommend opposing this legislation. While we recognize the research supporting later start times for our adolescent learners, we also know that local school systems must balance many, many factors when setting the school day schedule. So a statewide mandate here could create some significant logistical and financial challenges for our districts. And then Zach, I believe I'm kicking it back to you.
Thank you, Laurel. So Senate Bill 174 would require that the state board consider an appeal of a local board member removal request or termination of a local superintendent to be adjudicated within 90 days. While it does add the ability for the board to extend that 90 days where due process dictates, in general, the timeline would be very difficult to meet, and due process will often exceed that particularly rigid timeline. We'll discuss regulations later this afternoon that seek to condense timelines where possible, but for the reasons I outlined, we recommend opposing SB 174.
Great. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
All right. Board members, questions, comments on any of the bills? I do want to lift Senate Bill 99, House Bill 154, the open meetings. I am supportive of this, but I do want to be clear. Only if our testimony states that we as a state board will be held to that same standard. So I don't want to get into support with amendments as a position because that has a different connotation than we support it. But I do think that that's a really important amendment that we're held to the same standard as local school boards. Other questions or comments? Okay. Any of these bills that we want to pull for separate votes? Okay, Dr. Lewis, anything to add from Legislative Committee?
Not at this time. I think they described everything perfectly, and I like your addition to SB 0099.
Great. Would you like to make a motion, Dr. Lewis?
I move the legislative agenda as presented.
Second. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Greer? Okay, great. All right, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Great.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that with that, we will pass to Donna Gunning, our Chief Financial Officer, to share an overview of the FY27 governor's budget.
Thanks, Laurel. Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to get this presentation loaded, and then we'll walk through. This is MSDE's analysis of the governor's fiscal 27 budget, which we call the governor's allowance. They submitted this to the General Assembly on the 21st of January. I want to do a little bit of background for you that the board approved the department's budget request in September. That happens in closed session because this information is subject to executive privilege until the governor releases his budget to the General Assembly. So after the board approved the budget, MSD submitted it to DBM early October. We had our budget hearing with DBM at the end of November, after which we provided some additional information at DBM's request, as well as the department's estimates for the fiscal 27 major state aid programs. Okay, can we go to the next slide? Thank you. We can go one more. So this item is aligned to Goal 5, every school, every district, that is going to receive a rating of whatever is determined and higher. So next slide, please. Okay. In this presentation, we're going to talk a little bit about the governor's allowance in total. We're going to talk about positions at the department, and then comparison of our request versus what is in the budget, and then lastly, some hot topics for current year. Next slide. Thank you. One more. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So what you're seeing here is the funding for the agency by all budgetary units. We have 3: headquarters, aid to education, and funding for educational organizations. That very tiny red slice is the funding for educational organizations. That part of our budget provides funding to nonprofit organizations that provide experiential learning opportunities to economically disadvantaged kids. That unit also includes our funding for non-public schools. The black bar that you see is our headquarters funding, and the large yellow piece of the pie is our aid to education budget. As you can see, that represents the largest portion of the department's budget. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're going to look at headquarters and aid, 2 of the units, by fund source. So our budget is made up of predominantly 3 funds: general funds, special funds, or federal funds. General funds, exactly what they sound, pretty flexible as to use. Federal funds are very restricted in how we can use them. Special funds can be a number of different things. The majority of special funds in our budget are blueprint funds. So you can see that in our headquarters budget, our federal funds represent our largest portion. That's because those are the administrative funds from our federal titled programs, IDEA and Perkins, that fund the staff that run these programs on behalf of the LEAs. As you can see in the aid to education budget, the federal pie, both of these are the yellow pot pieces, are in our aid to education, federal funds represent the smallest portion of our budget. General funds in aid to education are the largest, and they are middle piece in headquarters. And then lastly, the black pies are special funds. It's larger in the aid to education because that represents the blueprint funds for our aid programs. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a little bit of a description of the state aid programs, and then what the statute required versus what was in the governor's allowance. When we submitted the estimates to DBM, we submitted 2 sets of estimates, one at the statutory level, which just means calculated based on current law for fiscal 27. And we also submitted a second estimate that that created the hold harmless for LEAs for compensatory education. The calculation was slated to change in 27. That had a negative impact on a number of LEAs. So MSDE submitted estimates both ways. The governor's allowance includes that hold harmless, and you can see that the change is an increase of 138 million for compensatory ed, because concentration of poverty is dependent on the calculation of compensatory ed. That program also saw a $24 million increase, along with a small number of additional schools being actually eligible for the program, and a little bit larger number of schools that are eligible for the program, but are also now eligible for the per pupil grant in that program. And then finally, because of the impact to concentration of poverty and compensatory education and the required local share of those 2 programs, this also impacted the education effort, and several LEAs will share in a $66.5 million increase over what would have been in current law. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, this is a look at our headquarters positions. We show this data with and without the Division of Rehabilitation Services because of the large number of employees in there, and that division is in the Office of Accountability. If you look at the first pie chart, you can see that the Office of Accountability has a very large portion, more than half, whereas if we take doors out, they're third in line. So this is why we show these both ways. The teaching and learning includes all of our federal title programs, including IDEA and Perkins, which is why you see the large number of employees in our teaching and learning office. Office of Finance and Operations includes all of HR, all of procurement, all of my team in finance. And then you can see the smaller two slices are the Office of the Chief of Staff and the Office of the Superintendent. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so these are highlights of what we call our over the target request. When we develop and submit our budget, we have to submit it at the baseline, which was the prior year's appropriation. Anything we want more than that is considered an over the target request. So what we asked for in our over the target request this year was funding for the Academic Excellence Program. We asked for that in 26 and it was not funded. The information technology project is the necessary security updates to our website. We asked for the DBM to restore the cuts that were made in 26 as the budget was passed by the General Assembly. The General Assembly mandated cuts in order to get into get the budget back to in line, expenditures and revenue, sorry. And we were allowed to ask for that back, so we did. So there's 3 million that we asked back. We also asked to shift position funding because of the number, and we just saw that in the previous slide, the number of positions that are federally funded and our concern for the inconsistency in what's happening at the federal level. We asked for them to shift a portion of the funding from federal funds to general funds, so that funds that were positions that were 100% federally funded would now be 95% federal, 5% general, in order to help alleviate some of that concern of decreasing federal funding. Lastly, we asked for two essentially true-up pieces. So the local share of private provider pre-K funding comes from the county governments, and they have to provide us that money. We get it based on when we invoice them. So we asked for upfront money in our budget so that we can go ahead and issue the funds to the private providers, and they're not dependent on us getting money from the county government in order to fund them. That keeps them operating. That makes sure we get paid back. And then at the end of the year, that 20 million or whatever that amount happens to be for the local share of private providers would revert back to the Blueprint Fund. The career ladder true-up is a little bit different. We have asked for a little bit of true-up funding because in the December data comes out for when new teachers receive their national board certification, as well as those receiving a maintenance of certification, both of which are funded in statute. So when we make some estimates for this in our budget request, but then we also have to go back to the LEAs to confirm, is this person still employed? Has this person shifted to another LEA? Does this person who just received their national board, are they teaching in a low performing school? And typically we have a variance in what we've asked for and what we need. So we asked for it upfront this year. Next slide, please. Okay, the over the target entitlements that we asked for, the assessment program, we asked for 16.6 million and we received that. We asked for additional funding for the increased cost and autism waiver, and we also received that. We did not ask for additional information from the child care scholarship program, but it was reduced by about 2.7 million because of the department's decision to pause the upgrades to the current system that helps administer that program. And then lastly, for positions, we did this last year as well, but we asked to have 9 positions converted from contractual to permanent. That was not granted. The only position increase is 0.4 FTE that was at the request of the Office of the Attorney General. Next slide, please. One more. Thank you. Okay, so these are our hot button topics. Assessments, we have asked for both. You saw the Over the target request, we also needed to request a deficiency for this current year. And the reason for that is because of some cost overruns from previous leadership impacting the ability to finish out those contracts. The reason we asked for the over the target in 27 is because both the old system and the new system will need to run at the same time. This RFP for the new system is going to go before the Board of Public Works this week. We do anticipate by 2028 that there will be a reduction in costs and assessments in total. Next slide, please. Autism waiver. So autism waiver costs have grown exponentially over the last 4 or 5 years. Some of the reasons for that are pandemic-related relaxation of requirements that have remained in play. They were part of the state's Centers for Medicare and Medicaid waiver, and so they were not removed at the conclusion of the pandemic. So what MSDE staff have done is we've done a lot of research into what's causing the increase. Then we shared some options for controlling costs to both DBM and the governor's office. And we are now working to implement those requirements so that we can make sure that what control we have, we're exercising. And some of that means just reviewing and updating the level of care and the plan of care processes, which are put in place so that providers can determine the care that an individual needs, and then the intensity of the care that they receive. We are also collaborating with the Department of Health on the Medicaid waiver, and then also with the Autism Advisory Council for their input on these changes. One of the biggest things that we have done was requiring live-in caregivers to clock in and clock out in real time, as opposed to after the service is provided, and that we are prohibiting service delivery out of state and out of country. There was a bit of that was happening during the pandemic. So since the pandemic's over, that was removed. Next slide, please. Childcare. So the original plan at the end of 26 was to enact an enrollment freeze in May. We expected to be able to lift that in September of 2026. There was an unexpected spike in applications in March and April that prevented us from ending the freeze. Currently, we're estimating that the program will serve about 40,000 students in February. Then the market rate increase is set to take effect in March. Due to the increase in federal grant funds and more than anticipated prior carryover amount, at this time, we estimate that the program costs for 26 will remain within that budget. The 27 budget is projected to cover the estimated costs, partially due to an increase in federal funds. But we are monitoring both 26 and 27 very closely to make sure that we are able to stay within the budget for this program. Next slide, please. Is that it? Okay, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Outstanding. All right, board members, questions? Great. We have talked about this in many spaces. We are incredibly grateful for the governor's support in funding the Academic Excellence Plan and several of the other priorities listed. Thank you, Scotting, for highlighting those. It is particularly in a time like this, it's just it's such an important for us to emphasize how important it is to be good stewards of these funds. Thank you for taking the time to walk us through. Are there any additional questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, Dr. Bell, thank you.
I did have one quick one regarding the child care. So with respect to funding, there's going to be, I guess, funding to finish out this year. There'll be no additional, I guess, cases applications accepted for next year? That we're saying based on the funding?
No, what we're saying is the freeze that was implemented at the end of May was designed to cap the program at 40,000 students, which would enable us to stay within the budget for this program rather than it continuing to grow. So once we get below that 40,000 and we can allow enrollment to reopen, we would do it on a one-for-one basis. So as someone leaves the program, someone new can come in.
Okay, with 40,000 being the cap either way.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
We have still been able to, as students have dropped off or aged out, slowly as those numbers have come down, because we were as high as around 47,000 when that spike hit. And that took us 7,000 kids over what we had been budgeted for. So that's the reason we did not lift the freeze in September. So we've been working slowly to get that down. And right now we're hovering at about 42,000. So just know that we're keeping a close eye on that. So we know when we can open it back up, as we would normally do.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Okay, next agenda item, COMAR 13A 0105 1213, appeals to the state board. Mr. Hands, can you introduce the item?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Michael. Good afternoon, Dr. Wright, members of the board. In recent months, state board staff and council conducted a comprehensive review of our appeals to the state board regulations, with particular attention paid to the local board member removal appeal procedures. Following public comment and feedback we'd received from MABE, the Office of Administrative Hearings, and a few members of the General Assembly. You may recall that the State Board originally granted permission to publish regulations last summer that would provide a process for interim relief during the period in between when an individual submits a request that the State Board issue charges to remove a local member of a Board of Education, and when the State Board makes a decision on issuing charges. That interim process remains entirely in the draft before you. However, in our further review, there were additional changes identified for your consideration. I'll walk through them very briefly, each at a high level. First is to clarify that an employee of a local school system or a parent or guardian of a student enrolled in the local school system can submit a request to remove a local board member, not just a resident of the county. Second, it halves the consolidation period from 30 days to 15 days for additional individuals to submit requests to issue charges against the same board member for the same reason. This is a process adjustment to move a little bit more efficiently and trim some unnecessarily long timelines that we had heard about in the public comment. Third, it formally establishes the time that local board members have to respond to requests to charges that are issued. That would be 30 days. Previously, there was no defined time in the regulation. Fourth, we've also identified a section where the state board may consider additional evidence furnished by the state superintendent or other public agencies if the evidence is material. And finally, the draft regulation before you also formally, formally adds the process for state board initiated charges to remove a local board member, which was not previously established in regulation despite the board's statutory authority. These changes in general seek to add clarity to COMAR, clearly outline due process, and expedite cases in ways that don't jeopardize the integrity of due process. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we are requesting permission to republish these regulations for public comment.
Great. Dr. Lewis, update from EPC.
Yeah, the Education Policy Committee unanimously supported permission to publish appeals to the State Board.
All right, I'll entertain a motion now and we can discuss as part of the motion. Is there a motion to grant permission to republish amendments for COMAR 13A 01 05 12 13 appeals to the State Board?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I got a second by Dr. Goldson. Is there further discussion or questions on the motion? All right, we'll call to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, next agenda item, school year 24-25 Science of Reading Training Reports. This time, Dr. Wright, turn it to you to introduce staff and presenters.
Yes, Dr. Chelsea Brewer is going to be doing this presentation for us today, and it is information only, no vote needed.
All right.
Good afternoon, Dr. Michael and members of the board. I'm here to share the inaugural Science of Reading Training Report for school year 2024-2025. Next slide, please. I'll talk about our alignment to our strategic plan goals. Next slide. The first is goal 2, every student or every school having high quality and diverse teachers and leaders. We know that when teachers have the right training, they're more prepared to respond to student data. And on the next slide, you'll see goal 3, and specifically outcome 3A, increasing the percentage of grade 3 students scoring proficient in reading. Here's our presentation outline. So we'll talk about some of the policy and reporting requirements that were shared with our districts. We'll talk about data across the state for teachers and leaders and discuss some next steps. All right, so for policy and reporting, I wanted to name our 3 key guidance regulations and policies that really ground our work here in the literacy branch. So specifically in the comprehensive pre-K-3 literacy policy, we name and require the training of teachers. But I also wanted to note that the Ready to Read Act and COMAR 13A0308 specifically identify the use of screeners to identify students at risk for reading difficulty and to inform instruction both in Tier 1 and Tier 2 and Tier 3 settings. So we'll talk about how we are identifying teachers and the requirements per the policy on the next slide. There are 3 key indicators or requirements. Specifically, this is for pre-K-3 educators and administrators. So this includes anyone in an instructional role capacity, general education, special education, teachers of multilingual learners, and administrators. This includes our district level staff as well as our school-based leadership, also including our instructional leaders like instructional coaches. We'll talk about the MSDE approved trainings that are required for this report. So districts have 4 options and we'll talk about what those are. And then this will be submitted annually on September 15th. Again, this is the first report. So it is cumulative in nature because our districts were investing in science of reading training prior to the 2024-2025 school year. Again, our instructional roles are pre-K through 3. This does not include paraprofessionals, but any teacher that is working with a child in grades pre-K through 3 is included in this reporting. School-based leaders, our assistant principals, our principals, instructional coaches, supervisors of literacy are included in the central office leadership. Our approved science of reading courses, you may have seen some of these before, but Lexia Letters Volumes 1 and 2 counts as one of the approved reading courses. It does not include their pre-K Lexia Letters course. Our Science of Reading SUNY Micro-Credential course is one of the other approved Science of Reading courses. And then we have 2 with AIM, our AIM Pathways to Literacy Leadership, and our AIM Pathways for Proficient Reading Secondary. As stated previously, this report does discuss cumulative science of reading training. I do want to acknowledge the work that our districts did under the Maryland Leads Initiative. A lot of people invested in universal screeners as well as training for teachers. So with this first report, our intent was to ensure that we got all of the information about who in these districts is trained in the science of reading, whether that happened during the 2024 or prior in other school years. What we did specifically ask to ensure that we were capturing the right set of adults was to make sure that these were people in a pre-K 3 instructional role during school year 2024-2025. And so let's look at the data across Maryland. As it stands, as of September 15th of 2025, 45% of teachers across the state are trained in the science of reading and 34% of leaders. We'll look at a map that says K3, but this is pre-K to 3 teachers trained. So on the far right, you'll see the counts of teachers trained. As you'll see the progression of 0 to 100%, the darker blue does identify which districts have a higher concentration of teachers trained. I did want to include the actual counts because we know that some of our districts are much larger and it may take more time for them to get all teachers trained. But here you can see where we stand across the board with the amount of teachers we have currently serving in pre-K to 3 that are trained in the science of reading. And when we discuss our pre-K to 3 administrators, we don't see as much dark blue as we do with our teachers, but I do want to acknowledge again, with some of that work happening before the comprehensive pre-K 3 policy, a lot of that training did occur with our teachers and not necessarily our leaders. So we're really making a shift to including leaders this time around with the policy. So you'll see some of our districts do have that darker blue, and that could be over time or just last year. We haven't exactly identified with which districts when and where that leader training happened. But as you can see, some of our districts are there with the darker blue. A lot of our districts are really starting with administrators. So there's much more work that's going to happen here over time. I did want to note some training trends. We did see that about half of the teachers that were trained or reported being trained in the science of reading participated in Letters Volume 1 and 2, and about the other half in the SUNY micro-credential course. We also saw that with our leaders as well, that 77% of our leaders also participated in the SUNY course. We do have that leadership course with AIM, but this one is completely asynchronous, whereas some of the other courses have some in-person components and require a bit more of a stringent schedule to ensure that they're prepared for that in-person piece. So we see that a lot of people are investing in the free offerings that we're providing from the state. And just a quick analysis and next steps. As I shared before, this will really just help us to figure out where we are as a state and where we're going. The highlight is our districts are invested in science of reading training. We continue to see growth across the different courses. Really excited about what we're seeing with SUNY as this report and data shows. And then it also helps us to have that baseline for next year, which is really great for us. We know that our SUNY and AIM courses just started. We know Letters has been around for some time in Maryland, but now we'll really have a space to say where we started and where we're going for next year. So really excited about that piece. And then on the next slide, we'll just talk about some of the implications. So again, as I said, we'll really start to dig into why some of our districts are investing in some courses versus others, and if there are any tweaks that we can make in the courses that we offer here at the state. Also looking at the participation in universal screeners and student data to really identify if we're seeing that districts that have more teachers trained or leaders that are trained, if we see a positive affect for student outcomes. This will also support us in our technical assistance to our districts, making sure that we are reaching out to those districts that may not have as many teachers or leaders participating in these courses, and having those discussions to support. And then, of course, just our alignment to our strategic plan, really making sure that we're investing in the outcomes for Goal 2 and Goal 3. But I will pause here for questions.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Leonard.
Thank you so much for that presentation. It was incredibly informative. And it is great to know that the science of reading training is really making its way across the state for our educators. Once an educator completes a science of reading training for that school year, have they checked the box, or is this training that is expected to be completed by educators each and every school year?
Great question. It is checking the box. However, we do have multiple course offerings. So we do not expect people to just take that SUNY micro credential course and call it a day. We have the leadership aspect, we have secondary, we have courses for dyslexia. Although those don't count for the purpose of reporting, we do have multiple offerings available to ensure that people can continue to grow. And I really think that aligns to our conversation earlier today about coaches, right? We hope that our coaches can be that other lever of support in ensuring that teachers are growing in their capacity and also just supporting leadership as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Ms. Medina.
Thank you all so much. That was extremely well presented. My question is, obviously, we're seeing some pretty drastic differences in percentages completed in some areas, and I appreciate that you already outlined kind of your plan and reaching out and figuring out what's going on. I anticipate it's almost going to be along the lines of attendance, right? Like you're going to get varying responses as to why one district may have such a low percentage versus another. So I guess one, I just kind of wanted to ensure that you all had an idea of a little bit of a roadmap without necessarily a one size fits all plan to boost those numbers. But just kind of if you have any idea so far as to what are there barriers? Is it just not being done? Wasn't sure if you had heard any feedback yet.
I'll let Dr. Smith chime in a moment as well, but I do want to name that we are doing research with Johns Hopkins University, specifically around our AIM and SUNY courses, but it does also raise a question about what's happening with the letters course across the state. And so as we receive that feedback, which includes focus groups from participants, so we are actively engaging with people who are taking these courses to figure out what went well, what could we improve. And so it is an active process that we are invested in. So we did use some of that year one feedback from districts to tweak some of the supports that we have this year. Prime example is with our SUNY course, although it is asynchronous, still providing opportunities for some virtual communities of practice if people choose to attend, because sometimes it is hard to take that course on your own. So definitely listening to the people that are taking these courses to make sure that it is feasible and digestible. But Dr. Smith, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add on that.
Yeah, just to add to that, Dr. Brewer, there was, I think the last year we did not provide ample opportunities in the summer for teachers to access the coursework. And we have thus far looked at how we can provide more opportunities during the summertime for teachers to take advantage of these courses that we're offering, including offering additional support to the SUNY coursework, so it does not become like an asynchronous course. There is some synchronous supports built into that coursework as well. So we're looking at additional supports to build out to support teachers as they go through that course so that they're not doing it alone, so to speak.
Thank you for that.
Dr. Johnson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So just looking at the information that you provided, I have two questions. Thank you so much for the presentation. Number one, it appears from what I gleaned from your information that the districts that have the lowest performance in reading have the fewer teachers participating in the training. So how are we going to address that? The second question would be, how are we going to track the districts that have a higher number of teachers participating in the training and their outcomes?
Yes, and I think that goes back, I'll answer the second question first, but that second question really goes to our data collection with the Ready to Read Act. And so having the data to support some of the conversation around, we see performance, we see teachers are being trained, and we're seeing great outcomes for students. But to your first question, it really is technical assistance and support. And so as my team grows and as we start to develop our professional learning opportunities, as well as even through our early literacy coaching network, really ensuring that we're providing supports and naming that these resources are available. I have been in rooms with some of our partners where teachers are like, is that still available? Is that still a thing? And my tagline is, it's available through 2028. So sometimes it's just about getting the word out, and we've done a lot of work to ensure that that information is available on our website, but it really is connecting with our community organizations and people outside of just our regular spaces where we connect with folks to continue to get the word out and support in different ways there.
So you're thinking it's a communication problem? Is that what you're telling me?
I don't think it's the sole reason. I do think that there are additional ways in which we can continue to engage with folks. And I will say, even in my experience here at MSDE, it's very new for the state to offer these trainings. And so sometimes teachers just don't know to go to the website and find these things. So we definitely continue to engage and communicate and share on social media to make sure that people know that these trainings are free and continue to be available for several years to come. But Dr. Smith, I saw you come off mute.
Yes, thank you. Additionally, Dr. Johnson, we want to also ensure that we will use the data that we collect, and those LEAs that have the lowest performance, that would be part of the data that we use to triangulate the deployment of our literacy coaches.
Okay.
And so as if we are funded through legislation, then those LEAs will be one of the ones that we possibly will target, because their performance signals to us that they need to have supports via coaching. And once a coach is in place, they also act as a conduit or a lever to ensure that the professional learning is provided to those pre-K through third grade teachers in a job embedded type of format.
Okay. All right. Dr. White, does that also include some conversations with the LEA superintendent?
Oh, absolutely. I think that goes without saying. And we meet with PZAM and the superintendents on a monthly basis. So we could certainly add this back to the agenda. That's not a problem. I also have created a listserv of all the teachers in the state. And so we have also been blasting it across the entire state on my listserv. So we've been trying to get the word out as many different ways as we can, but we'll certainly bring that up with the superintendents when we meet with them again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the information.
Mr. Greer.
Thank you. Thanks, team. Just echo everybody saying great things. This is wonderful. Can we just take a look at slide 15? You can bring it back up if you need to, but I just want to understand the percentages here as it's comparing to the table. What is this saying?
Sorry, I'm still on mute. So this is the count of the administrators that are trained. So you'll see every district has different sizes. So some of these numbers might seem really, really small, whereas we know with some of our smaller counties, some people are in a couple of different roles. So this is the percent of administrators that are trained in the science of reading.
Okay, so if I can say a sentence back here, are they just the K3 administrators, or is it all administrators?
It's pre-K through 3. This
Pre-K,
is
sorry.
principals, assistant principals, instructional coaches. This also includes central office supervisors that are supervising instruction for pre-K to 3.
Okay, that's helpful. Then I'm looking at the data, and that would mean that there are over 300 administrators for pre-K to 3 in Prince George's County, which I can believe, given the size of Prince George's. But when I look at Baltimore County, just as a cherry-picked LEA, I would think there's about the same number of administrators, and I see only 22 administrators were trained and 100% of them are counted. So I'm just checking how this is derived at, or if there's a way that I'm like reading it wrong.
Yes. And so we worked with our districts to clarify their numbers. They were given clear guidance on what should be included and how we count our administrators. So this is from self-reporting this year. And so there is room for improvement with how we collect that data. Yes.
So the sentence is Baltimore County, and I'm not picking on Baltimore. I'm sorry, I don't want to pick on Baltimore
absolutely.
County.
Like,
And
yes,
LEA
I get what you're saying.
says,
Yeah.
yeah, NLEA says we trained this X percent of our administrators, and that's what we're reporting here, not we're bumping the raw numbers up against the actual administrator counts in the district.
Mhm.
Okay. Just wanted to understand this a little bit better.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis. Can't hear you.
In addition, on getting the word out on the training, Mr. Lemley today offered a partnership ongoing, and it would be great if MSEA also advertised these trainings to their members.
Great suggestion. We'll follow through on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last, just a request. I know the AIB has lifted achievement in Montgomery County, and they are following up on there. It is one county on our map, but as we know, it is nearly 1 in 5 of all of our students in Maryland. I am struck by how low the teacher training rate is at 24%, and the administrator ratings at 1%. When I triangulate that with third grade proficiency rates on average and at subgroup, I'm wondering how this plays in with that data. And so if you could provide me an update on where Montgomery County is in terms of this being a part of the 24-25, I guess we're in 25-26 plan, that would be wonderful. Okay, are there any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we'll move to the Maryland Education Leadership Program update. Turn it over to you, Dr. Wright.
Yes, thank you so much. And Phil Lasser is going to be making this presentation. It's information only, no vote needed. Phil?
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Phil Lasser. I'm Senior Executive Director of Strategic Initiatives, and I'm also here with Jill Snell. She wants to introduce herself real quick.
Hi, everyone. Jill Snell, Executive Director of School Leadership.
Sorry, my fault, Jill. Sorry.
No worries. Happy to be here.
Great. All right. Thank you, everyone. Dr. Michael, members of the board. So we are here to give a update on the Maryland Education Leadership Program. And if we go to the next slide, this very much aligns to our strategic plan across all of the pillars, but especially Pillar 2. And on the next slide, we see that the goal for Pillar 2 is every school has high quality and diverse teachers and leaders. And we specifically are zeroing in on the outcomes of 2A, increase the percentage of teachers with professional license, and 2F, increase percentage of school leaders of color. But again, this definitely has effects across the board, across all pillars. So if we go to the next slide, we'll see that we are going through all of the different components of the leadership program today. And on the next slide, and actually one more. So jump in, the Maryland Education Leadership Program is the leadership training program that was established in state law with the enactment of the blueprint and is meant to help support our leaders across the education ecosystem in Maryland and provide training and resources to help achieve the goals of the blueprint, especially that goal of providing a world-class education in Maryland. So this year's training program is designed as 3 cohorts, superintendent cohort, a board leader cohort, and school leader cohorts, and tailored to really each participant's specific role and priorities. So in alignment with feedback from the program last year, we are prioritizing opportunities to really explore scenarios happening in Maryland schools today, discuss with colleagues, brainstorm strategies and solutions. So we have 3 separate but parallel tracks for the program that work together but serve the individual needs of each audience. As we go to the next slide, the first two segments of the program are our Maryland Superintendent Leadership Academy and the Maryland Board Leadership Academy. And so we see here that again, diving into the Maryland Superintendent Leadership Academy, this invites each of our 24 LEA superintendents, as well as State Superintendent Dr. Wright, to participate, and who are also each able to invite a few members of their leadership team to join them in each session as well. So recognizing the exceptional leadership skills and expertise that is in the room when all of those superintendents get together, this program is really focused around elevating these voices and expertise, and structured around allowing the different districts and state to showcase the work that they have done in various efforts, share with their colleagues, learn from their peers' expertise, then all also supplemented with national, international research on best practices. So we had our first session of the year earlier this month. We're following the calendar year for these programs. So we had our first session a couple weeks ago, centered around special education staffing initiatives and structures. So we had 4 LEAs share case studies, including both successes and questions, opportunities for feedback and improvement. And so we had some very meaningful conversations challenging the current status quo. And so we're very excited about continuing that as well. And then switching to the Board Leadership Academy, this cohort is targeted towards the chair and vice chair of each LEA school board, as well as the State Board of Education and the AIB. So those in the leadership positions of those boards, chair and vice chair, president, vice president, are the main audience, but the additional members of each board will also be included. And so as the boards have different leadership roles in guiding each of their districts or the state as a whole, these sessions focus more on those decisions that come before the boards more directly, such as looking at how blueprint goals and academic initiatives can remain the focus and priority in the school district. And so while the superintendent cohort sessions are in person, the board academy sessions are all going to be held virtually, recognizing how board members, most board members also have additional full-time jobs. And so virtual means more conducive to everyone's schedule. So we're excited to continue to implement both of these programs, provide the resources to leaders across the state. And so now I'll turn over to Jill to share more information about the Maryland School Leadership Academy.
Thanks, Bill. Again, hi everyone. Happy to be here and share some information about the Maryland School Leadership Academy. We have just finalized enrollment, and we are so excited that almost 500 current seated leaders and aspiring leaders have said, you know, we don't have to be a part of this. We want to be a part of it. So that has been exciting for us. All LEAs are represented, as well as our juvenile services education program and the Maryland School for the Blind. We were supposed to kick off a year-long academy this week. Weather had other plans for us, so we are working on rescheduling our session that was scheduled for this week. But essentially, this cohort will run from January of 2026 to January of 2027. We are running 5 different regions across the state. Each region will have 4 sessions. So that's 20 opportunities that you can come and experience MSLA yourself. We are serving principals, assistant principals, aspiring leaders, as well as a companion track for district leaders or improvement leaders that support our school leaders. Our regional cohorts are both in person, as well as we have some virtual opportunities as well. We're excited that we're able to offer mentoring opportunities for our current seated leaders to mentor our aspiring leaders. And then we will wrap things up again in January of 2027 with a capstone project where the mentors and the mentees will come together in a culminating statewide convening to share impact and lessons learned. And then we'll start a whole new cohort again. All right, so with that, we'll open up for questions.
Great. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much for joining us and providing this update. Exciting. All right, we are going to jump around slightly and head to our afternoon public comment. We'll start with Shannon Wilk from CASA on guidance on student protections. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, and members of the board. My name is Shannon Wilk, and I'm CASA's Director of Education. I am here for the third time this school year to uplift the need for transparent and equitable community engagement. Since courageous CASA members fought for and won the passage of the Maryland Values Act, MSDE has consistently avoided CASA's substantive participation in critical conversations pertaining to implementation and has failed to take action on additional protective measures urgently needed in our current climate. You were told in December that this lack of authentic community engagement has led to inconsistent implementation of state law across LEAs. Carroll County's updated policy now directs ICE enforcement within schools to be coordinated with a sheriff who is under a 287G agreement. To prevent the expansion of such unlawful and deeply damaging policy, MSDE must act quickly to ensure local protocols are rooted in and protective of our Maryland values. In December, I received a letter from the State Superintendent indicating that MSDE would not act upon the recommendation provided by Black and Brown students to initiate a soft lockdown when ICE is within a school zone. I was told that changing terminology or protocols would create confusion and diminish the seriousness of emergencies. Yet Prince George's County will be implementing a shelter in place, proving that districts can adapt procedures to real conditions without chaos. This is not a debate about wording. It is about whether this system recognizes the lived reality of its most vulnerable students. The abduction and disappearance of our Black and Brown students and their families is absolutely a critical emergency. Denying the truth reflects privilege, not prudence. Instead of continuing closed-door check-ins with ICE's Baltimore leadership, MSDE must engage in good faith collaboration with CASA and other advocates to establish protocols that respond to increasingly aggressive and unlawful immigration enforcement. Across Maryland, our school communities are witnessing and experiencing violent kidnappings. Principals are calling to ask how they can support their students and their students' families in detention. As our governor noted this week, in December, a Salisbury mother was abducted during school drop-off. In Minneapolis, ICE enforcement spilled onto a campus, leading to injuries and detentions. Last week, a five-year-old was abducted along with his father while returning from school. These are not rumors. There is no shortage of evidence. The need for strong, equitable, community-affirming guidance is now. We are looking to the board to hold our state leadership accountable, to recognize the crisis unfolding in our schools, and to act with the urgency and transparency this moment demands. I hope that this third request will lead to open, good faith collaboration between MSDE, state advocates, and our most deeply impacted students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments today and for joining us to share your message.
Thank you.
Our second person for this afternoon is Riley Ramos, Student Safety. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Riley, and I am a high school student in Baltimore City. My classmates and I want to learn. We want to succeed. But what happens around our schools directly impacts student safety. Every day, I carry fear to school that has nothing to do with learning. I've seen ICE outside of my house and even while I'm waiting for the bus. That fear does not disappear when I walk into school. It follows me into every classroom and every test. I've had to choose between risking my safety and risking my education. That's a no-win situation. ICE cannot come inside a school, but how are we safe when ICE is within a school zone? I want to know that our teachers will keep us safe. if they know ICE is close by. My school offered a staff member to pick me up. That might look helpful, but it does not change the real danger. If ICE is near, no friendly face can protect me. Right now, schools prioritize students missing exams and classwork over how the constant danger of ICE affects attendance and class participation. Our safety and our family stability matters more than any test or deadline. No student should ever be asked to risk everything for a piece of paper. This fear is not based on rumors, it is based on everyday real experiences of Black and Brown students. Families are torn apart, and inconsistent school policies make it worse. Safety should never depend on where we live or who we know. It should be guaranteed to all students. Schools are supposed to be safe spaces. Right now, they are not. I am asking for leaders to protect students, listen to us, and act so that fear and lack of safety does not destroy our education or our future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Riley, for joining us today and for taking time out of your afternoon to share your personal experience with us. We greatly value your sharing that with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Board members, we're going to shift to the previous agenda item, amendments to joint implementation policy number 2, minimum school funding requirement. At this time, I'll call on Dr. Wright to introduce staff.
Yes, Alex Reese, my chief of staff, is going to be presenting this information, and we will be asking for a motion for the state board to amend the joint implementation policy number 2, minimum school funding requirement, pending AIB's concurrent final action.
Good afternoon, Dr. Michael, Dr. Goldson, Dr. Wright, and board members. Ms. Gunning and I are here to speak, as Dr. Wright said, on joint implementation policy number 2 related to the Blueprint's minimum school funding requirement. When the General Assembly created the Blueprint, it recognized the importance of funding reaching the students it is intended to help. The Blueprint established the minimum school funding requirement to ensure that a certain percentage of allocated funds follow children to their school programs. For the Foundation Program and 7 targeted funding programs, the required percentage is 75%, and the percentage is 100% for 2 programs, one of which is the Concentration of Poverty per Pupil grant. The broader intent of the law is to ensure that each student's school is appropriately resourced. Local education agencies report to the AIB and MSDE each July 1st on their compliance with minimum school funding requirements at the school system and at the individual school level. The new Blueprint financial reporting system, which was developed by MSDE in consultation with the AIB, is designed to collect LEA and school level budget and spending information by Blueprint funding formula. Since fiscal year 25, LEAs were required to report budget and expenditure data monthly. And beginning in fiscal year 26, the AIB is authorized to release or withhold funds based upon whether a local school system or public school has made sufficient progress on its implementation plan. Now, in May 2024, this board and the AIB passed Joint Implementation Policy number 2 in response to feedback from stakeholders. The policy clarified the timeline for when full compliance with minimum school funding levels would be required and clarified how compliance would be measured. Policy determined that adherence to the minimum school funding requirement will be measured by the percentage of students within an LEA who attend a school that has met the required minimum school funding levels. In short, each school would be determined to be in compliance or not. Each student would be tagged as attending a school in compliance or not. and then a percentage of students in each LEA attending compliant schools would be calculated. The May 2024 policy also clarified the timeline. A phased-in approach was agreed upon, and LEAs were expected to reach full compliance by the 26-27 school year. This week, the AIB and the State Board are considering an amendment to this policy, which would provide LEAs a one-year extension. This proposal comes in response to extensive advocacy from our local superintendents and from their teams. It's important to note the sheer magnitude of the work that has occurred for the LEAs to meet these new reporting requirements. LEAs had to add multiple dimensions to their chart of accounts in order to crosswalk the state's chart of accounts and comply with these requirements. To date, LEAs have made significant efforts to meet the minimum school funding requirement, and they've requested an additional year to reach full compliance. Under the proposed policy, the 24-25 school year remains the baseline year. For the 25-26 school year this year, the expectation is that each LEA not in compliance will reduce by at least half year over year the percentage of students who attend a school that has not met the minimum school funding level. Then for the 26-27 school year, the expectation would be that that LEA reduces by at least half again year over year the percentage of students who attend a school that has not met that level. And then finally, for the 27-28 school year, the expectation would be full compliance. If, for instance, an LEA's percentage of students attending a school was 60% in 24-25, they would need to be at 30% in 25-26, 15% in 26-27, and then 0% in 27-28 or full compliance. This Thursday, AIB will consider this policy at its monthly meeting. The request for the State Board today is to consider the extension of Joint Policy Number 2. With that, Ms. Gunning and I stand ready for questions or discussion.
Great, thank you. Just one more time, are we first to act or second on this?
We are first to act. AIB is this Thursday.
Okay, very good. All right, any questions from board members? Okay. It seems pretty common sense for districts. I'm feeling good about this. All right, is there a motion to approve? Dr. Goldson?
Yep, I make a motion to approve.
Okay, second?
Second.
Dr. Bell? All right, is there any further discussion? Great. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Excellent, motion carries. All right, thank you very much. All right, let's close this thing out. State Board business. Any general updates? We'll skip committee reports there on the calendar. Any general updates?
I have.
Dr. Lewis.
Last night at the National Association Board of Education board meeting, Maryland was recognized as the highest participant nationally in a constellation of NASB activities. And our own, she doesn't know this, Ms. Chang was number 2 in the country for her participation in the constellation of activities of NASB. So I wanted to announce that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you.
Fun.
Outstanding. Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for bringing that up. Wonderful. All right. Other announcements? Okay. Any future agenda items? Okay. All right. Mr. Schoen, we have some opinions.
Thank you, President Michael. There are 4 appeal memoranda and 3 orders to announce today. The first is AA and EE versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was an early kindergarten entry matter. The State Board affirms the decision of the local board. In Calvert County, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People versus Calvert County Board of Education. This appeal challenged the local board's quasi-legislative decision to repeal its anti-racism policy. The State Board affirmed the decision of the local board. In the matter of Baltimore City Public Charter Schools, this had to do with commensurate funding, a request for a declaratory order. The State Board granted the requested declaratory judgment. In MA and JH versus Montgomery County Board of Education, this was an early kindergarten assessment. And the State Board affirmed the decision of the local board. There are 3 orders to announce. One is AutoFlex Inc. versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was a request by the local board to reconsider the State Board's earlier decision in this matter. The State Board denies the local board's request to reconsider the board's November 2025 decision. Second was AutoFlex Inc. Highland Electric Fleet's request to intervene in the AutoFlex versus Montgomery County Board of Education matter, and the State Board denied the request to intervene in the ongoing appeal. And finally is Don Belinsky et al. Versus Calvert County Board of Education. President Michael dismissed this matter for lack of standing by the complainants. And that is all that I have.
Thank you, Mr. Schoen. All right, that is the end of our agenda for the January board meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Mr. Greer, second by Dr. Bell. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Be safe, everyone.